to Lord Adair Turner this morning, and he said there is still hope, but if we act now, and there is a greater sense of urgency, but there needs clearly to be an even greater one. Thank you very much for your call, Tim. Vidal says, last year I bought a burger meal from a high street restaurant. There were 5 boxes and bags, one for each burger, fries, sauces, cutlery and the main bag. When I complained sauces and cutlery didn't need a separate bag, I was told they're recyclable. People don't seem to realise it takes fuel to transport waste to recycling sites, and the recycling process itself uses a lot of energy. Thanks, Vidal. Good point. It's 1:30. Let's get the headlines from Tim Humphrey.
There are concerns that as many as 43,000 people may have been wrongly told they don't have coronavirus. A private laboratory in Wolverhampton has been suspended from processing PCR tests and an investigation is underway. Holiday firms have welcomed changes to the travel testing requirements for people arriving in England. For a week on Sunday, fully vaccinated people arriving from most countries will be able to take cheaper lateral flow tests. The British Retail Consortium says it may take months for some stores to accept the new limit for contactless payments. Terminals will need to be updated. Now shoppers can make purchases of up to £100. The weather, patchy rain in the southwest, otherwise mostly dry with sunshine and a high of 17.
This is LBC.
What gives you that fist bump feeling? Is it waking up late for work, then realising it's a Saturday? Or when your bus arrives just as it starts to rain? We think it's getting a great deal, like our 30 gig for £10 a month SIM at Smarty. With unlimited calls and texts and a flexible 1-month plan, it's definitely worth a fist bump. That's why we're a Which recommended mobile network provider 2021. Search Smarty. Simple, honest, mobile. See smarty.co.uk.
Everyone quiet down. We're recording. So, what do you call it?
Instagram. IG.
Okay. And what do you want to be?
Oh, wow. I think I'm something new every day.
I guess I just want to be known for making people feel good.
I just like to try stuff out. I like failing at things as well.
Let me get back to you on that.
Whoever it is you want to be, it's yours to make. Instagram.
You pay your business credit card back every month. None of it happy. Your business credit card pays you back every month. At Barclaycard Business, we do things differently. So with the Barclaycard Select Cashback Credit Card, we pay you back 1% cashback on all your eligible business spend, with no cap and no annual fee. To apply for a card for your business, search Barclaycard Business. Cashback T's and C's and exclusions apply. The approval of your application depends on your financial circumstances and borrowing history. T's and C's apply.
Hey, Harry.
Hello, mate.
Play Vegas playlist.
I'm sorry, pal. I've just moved house and all my records are stuck up in the loft. But listen, if it's the bright lights of Vegas you're after, your best bet is to head over to the Bet Victor Casino and have a spin on the slots. Now listen, a little tip. Oh, hold up, I've got to run. The football's about to start.
Harry? Listen to Harry and make your best bet with Bet Victor. 18 plus, be gamble aware. Please gamble responsibly.
If you're a freeholder or a right-to-manage company director, you'll know your sector never stops. So it's good to know that when your block is looked after by ABC Estates Block Management Team, our family business will never stop looking after you. Service charge collections, we never stop. Insurance, we never stop. Proactive and reactive maintenance, we never stop. Full transparency, we never stop. Non-stop block management services from Aldermartin, Baines and Cuthbert. Call 0800 888 6688 or visit abcestates.co.uk.
We are fulfilment.co.uk. From your store to your customer's door from just £1.88 per order, putting the logic into logistics.
Sheila Fogarty on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
Francesca has called from Tunbridge Wells. Hello, Francesca.
Hello, hi.
Hello. Your change is diet-based when it comes to the environment, yeah?
Yes, I mean, mainly I feel like adopting a plant-based diet has made quite a big impact. I think it's also quite an easy thing for people to do. It's not a cost-restrictive thing. You don't, like solar panels, for instance, can be quite expensive. And myself personally, I don't have a lot of disposable income. So it was one of the sort of easiest, biggest changes I was able to implement, alongside just other things which I think in our sort of lives we've become used to, sort of luxuries like dishwashers and tumble dryers, and they all use a lot of electricity, and you can just, wash up with your hands.
You can make smaller changes. Francesca, I'm so sorry to cut in on you, but we have some, I'm afraid, rather disturbing breaking news. Theo Usherwood, LBC's political editor, joins me to tell us about it. Theo, this involves, yet again, sadly, violence against an MP. Tell me more.
We understand, and there are only reports at the moment, that the Conservative MP, Sir David Amess, has been stabbed in what has been described as a major incident during one of his surgeries in Leigh-on-Sea in Essex. He's the Conservative MP for Southend West. We understand that he was holding a surgery at Belfair's Methodist Church in Leigh-on-Sea when apparently, and this only happened in the last hour or so, a man is reported to have run into the church and stabbed the MP several times. Emergency services are on the scene, and we understand that from Essex Police, that they are investigating. Of course, this will have echoes of the tragic murder of Joe Cox back in 2016, in the days before the 2016 Brexit referendum. Security for MPs has always been a concern for MPs at their surgeries. You'll remember, of course, Stephen Timms, the Labour MP, was attacked during one of his surgeries. But at the moment, Sheila, the information we're getting is relatively just reports at the moment.
Well, we'll wait to give full confirmation of the details of all of that. But it kind of behoves us, I think, at this point, while we're talking about that, Theo, just to remind ourselves about some of the changes around our politics and the doing of our politics. Not just looking at politicians here, but looking at social media and how we engage with one another in debate. Because to say there has been a lowering of standards or a raising of temperature, whichever way you want to look at it, is a bit of an understatement, isn't it, in some instances?
Yes, you're right to say, of course, in recent years, and this goes back more than 4 or 5 years to that Brexit referendum, there have been concerns about the temperature around politics, and of course I referenced there the murder of Joe Cox, but also you'll remember that during the Brexit debate, many MPs, including Anna Soubry, who's now just gone back into working as a criminal barrister, were harangued as she was out on Abingdon Green, College Green, known to most people, as she was trying to do interviews. We've had one MP only last month, Rosie Duffield, the Labour MP for Canterbury, who didn't feel able to attend the Labour Party conference because of the arguments around the trans issue, and she felt that, having said that only women could have a cervix, that she didn't feel safe to go to that Labour Party conference.
And I mean, sadly, we can reel off names here: Diane Abbott, Jess Phillips, and there will be male MPs as well who've been on the receiving end of whether it's homophobic violence, verbal and otherwise, whether it's misogynistic violence, verbal and otherwise. There is a need, isn't there? And we talked about this at the time Joe Cox was murdered, but there is a need for us all, I think. This isn't just about politicians or people who want to debate with politicians, but for all of us to just, think think maintain and sustain decent levels of communication with each other.
Yes, and MPs have tried over the years to make themselves more accessible. Being an MP in 2021 is very different to what it was like to be an MP in 1991. Many MPs I speak to when I'm out and about in Westminster always cite the amount of casework that they have from constituents, whether it's about their housing situation, whether it's about access to a local park or small things, but they try to make themselves, the vast majority of MPs, try to make themselves readily available to their constituents, especially on a Friday, which is always seen as being a constituency day. You do your business in the House of Commons from Monday to Thursday, and then on a Friday you go and spend time with your constituents, the people who put you in the House of Commons, answering their questions, whether they be big questions about your position on any particular issue that they're concerned about, whether that be Brexit or something else, or actually trying to deal with concerns that they have. And MPs are often seen as and MPs view themselves as a linchpin, somebody that you can go and speak to who can take your issue up with the local council or with the local police commander. But that does make them, and this is the fear from MPs that I've been speaking to, vulnerable to members of the public who might have ulterior motives.
Yes,
of course, it's too early to say anything at the moment.
And this, conversation was had after Joe Cox's murder. It was had during the very heated Brexit 2019 Brexit phase, the campaigning as well, of course, but during 2019 in the House of Commons and the stuff that you and I reported on every day in the House of Commons, and the intensity of that debate and the intensity that flowed from the calls and the texts and the tweets that we got here. Clearly we sift and manage and make sure that, I hope anyway, make sure that only civilised people get on air, or stay on air at least. But MPs at the time were saying to you and to me when we asked them about this, look, we don't want to be unsafe. We don't want to be cloistered away either. We need to be of the community and in the community that we represent. And I have to say, I agree with them. But my goodness, events like this must give them pause for thought.
Yes, and it's an increasingly difficult job for MPs, regardless of where they sit in the House of Commons or the benches they sit on in the House of Commons, whether the debate is about Brexit or something else. The debates in recent years have become increasingly vitriolic, especially when we've been speaking around politics when it comes to people's identity, who they are, what they believe in, and as I said, we've yet to get the details firmed up, but this looks like it's been an absolutely horrendous attack.
Thank you, Theo. Theo Usherwood, LBC's political editor. We'll bring you more detail when we have it. Ian Dale joins me, our own Ian Dale. Ian, you were due to meet the MP, and clearly that's not happening now.
Well, I don't know, Sheila, to be honest. I was booked to speak to his Conservative Association tonight in Southend. It's bizarre. He was going to be interviewing me rather than the other way around about my books.
Right.
And I got an email from the lady who's organising it, about an hour ago, I suppose now, and she said he's been stabbed multiple times at his constituency surgery, but obviously the event must go ahead. And I said, well, I emailed back and I just said, you mean not go ahead, presumably? And she said, no, he would want it to go ahead. And I said, well, how is he? And she said he's still being attended to by the medics. And that's literally all I know.
Gosh.
So, yeah.
So, yeah. I mean, an understandable desire to continue as normal in the face of any violence, I think.
Yeah.
But we'll see. We'll find out, I guess, as the hours go on. But, just to pick up on the conversation that Theo and I were having, when you speak, and you'll have spoken to him obviously, but when you speak generally now to MPs of all hues, what are they saying to you in private about fears for security, given the kind of heat of our politics at the moment?
I think a lot of them are genuinely anxious about what could happen. This isn't the first time that this sort of thing has happened to an MP. If you remember Nigel Jones, the Liberal Democrat MP, I think it was for Cheltenham back in the 1990s, he was stabbed by someone with a samurai sword. And very serious injuries occurred. Sorry, someone's cutting a hedge.
Stephen Timms as well, yeah.
I don't know if you can...
I only vaguely. Anyway. Yeah, and Stephen Timms was attacked by a constituent as well, wasn't he?
Yeah, and I mean, look, it doesn't happen very often, but obviously this will have brought back memories of what happened to Joe Cox as well. I mean, not a stabbing, but a shooting. And if you are an MP... I mean, look, I used to work for an MP in the 1980s, and all sorts of people go to constituency surgeries, and often there are people with clear mental health problems that turn up. No MP wants to sit behind a glass screen. It's just defeats the whole object of the thing, but they know they're taking risks. And the House of Commons, nowadays, they do advise MPs on security, but I mean, if you are one of the few MPs to say, OK, well, I'm going to have to sit behind a glass screen, you're going to get pilloried in your constituency for it. And even with incidents like this, I think a lot of people still won't have an understanding for that. It just would put a barrier between you and your constituents. So I don't think many people would want to do that. They do generally now have someone with them. When I worked in Parliament, the MP that I worked for, he would always do it on his own. It never occurred to either of us that there would be that you could be in physical danger doing that. But surgeries are absolutely crucial. They keep MPs in touch with what's going on, if nothing else.
And while we hope and pray very much that he can recover from these injuries, whatever they are, tell me a little bit about him for people who aren't familiar with his constituency or with his constituency work, his politics.
Well, David Amess first became famous when he was re-elected in 1992. He was first elected in 1983 in the Thatcher landslide. I think he was in his late 20s. And there's a podcast that I did with David on my All Talk or Book Club, I can't remember, about 4 months ago, because he's just written a book and he was explaining sort of how he never thought he would get into Parliament, let alone at the age of 29. So he was MP for Basildon at that point, and if you remember back to 1992, obviously you're too young, but when Basildon went Tory, everyone knew that the Conservatives were going to win that election in 1992. So he became a bit of a folk hero in the Conservative Party. He never became a minister. He was Michael Portillo's PPS for quite a few years. But he's one of these MPs that he's always been seen as on the Thatcherite right of the party, but he's always been very popular, even with Labour MPs. He's somebody that is great running campaigns. When Basildon, when the boundaries were redrawn in Basildon, he then stood in Southend West, a much safer seat. And he's run this long-running campaign to get Southend made a city. It hasn't succeeded yet, but every time he makes a speech in the House of Commons, he manages to whack that in somewhere.
Yes.
And he's a genuinely nice guy, and believe it or not, there are politicians who are nice people.
You don't need to tell me that. I know there are. Listen,
I know.
Thank you, Ian. Thank you so much. We're all praying for him. Thank you, Ian Dale. Let's talk to Anthony, who's called us. He was working on a property next door to the constituency office where these events took place, and the clear detail on them we don't yet have. Anthony, what did you see and hear?
Well, Shirley, as I pulled up to go see a client of ours, there was a lady outside sounding distressed on the phone, saying that you need to get here quick. I thought nothing of it. I've walked into the property, looked at what I needed to do, and then within a minute I've gone back out to my vehicle to go get some stuff, and that's when it was just completely and utterly swamped by police, ambulance, armed police. Could see an air ambulance hovering over top of us, thinking, well, what the hell's gone on here? Looked in the building, obviously I saw the David Amess sign saying here today, and then I saw someone get taken out of the building, put into the back of a police car, and then got told to leave the area. And at that point, obviously, we knew something serious has happened. And then within, I don't know, say 5 minutes, then we got informed by someone that was in the building what had actually happened. And apparently he's stabbed quite a few times. And they're trying to fight for his life as we speak.
Did you see the air ambulance take off with a patient in it?
No, there's been no patient being taken away from the building as we speak. He's still in there, from what I can see.
Even by ambulance?
Yeah. They're trying to save his life, I think, at the moment.
Well, let's not... I mean, I don't doubt that they're trying to give him as much support as they can. I mean, we don't yet know, do we, the detail of the injuries. Let's not speculate on that. But my goodness, Anthony, that's quite a shock, isn't it? I mean, we've all experienced something like it when we hear the sirens or, and it's an alarming moment, isn't it?
Yeah, it is very distressing, that's for sure. Very distressing.
And what do you make of the numbers of, just describe the area and the numbers of people around the building and the type of building that it is?
I mean, it's a nice area. It's a nice area in Leon C. It's nothing that you think would happen around this area, that's for sure. It's just a residential street with a Methodist church on the road. And, you know, you don't often hear things going on like this down this way, but to have it next door to where you're working is obviously very upsetting and very unlike what is around here, you know? It's very odd. Yeah, it's very distressing, that's for sure.
Well, listen, Anthony, thank you very much indeed for calling us.
No problem.
And, you know, do call if anything changes. Thank you. That's Anthony, an eyewitness to those events, which are clearly still ongoing and developing. A workman in Essex, working on a property next door to David Amess's building, telling us there that the air ambulance and paramedics on the ground as well, trying to help the MP. Again, these are new and emerging details, so we will be cautious in the reporting of them. Hugh James joins me, LBC's reporter. Hugh, for people who may be joining us just now, just start at the beginning about what we know.
Well, we've just had some latest through from Essex Police, which is probably a good place to start. They've put out a statement in the last few minutes confirming they were called to reports of a stabbing in Eastwood Road North shortly after 12:05 today. They say police were on the scene shortly after. They arrested a man and recovered a knife. That man is currently in custody. Now, in the statement, they say they're not looking for anyone else in connection with this incident, and they don't believe there's an ongoing threat to the wider public. They're thanking the public who alerted them to the incident, and they're asking for anyone with CCTV, dashcam, doorbell footage to contact them. So essentially all we know for certain at the moment is that there's been an incident at or near this Belfast Methodist Church in Leon C, which is near Southend, and we know Sir David Amess was holding a constituency surgery there because that was up on his social media accounts. Now the reports are a man went into the surgery and stabbed the MP multiple times, and it is understood that Mr Amess has been receiving treatment at the scene for his injuries, and we know the area around there, Sheila, is cordoned off.
Thank you, Hugh. Hugh James, LBC's reporter. So important extra information there from Hugh via the police, via Essex Police, added to our own eyewitness, Adam, explaining what he saw, air ambulance and paramedics still at the scene, but the police have confirmed that they were on the scene quickly, arrested a man and recovered a knife. That man is now being questioned, and they don't believe there is any threat to the public in the area. So that's important information for you to have if you are in that area. Ian Duncan-Smith, the Conservative MP, senior Conservative MP, has said, "My thoughts are with David Amess and his family at this awful time, praying for a full recovery following this shocking news. This angry, violent behaviour cannot be tolerated in politics or any other walk of life." Now, you know, again, very early in this incident, it's still very much an ongoing incident, and we hope very much for his safety and recovery. But I know that for many of you listening, threat, I mean, I certainly don't feel daily threat in my job, but I know that many of you, sometimes in retail, sometimes in the health service, and others very much do. And perhaps later, depending on what happens here, perhaps we can talk about that a little later. Rosie Duffield, the Labour MP that Theo and I were talking about just a few moments ago, given that she had recent reason to be concerned for her own safety, praying for another MP just carrying out his job, as he should be able to do, safely and peacefully without fear. David's always been very kind to me despite our obvious political differences, hoping for positive news soon. And Essex Police, yes, just let me give you that statement that Hugh was alluding to. A man has been arrested following an incident in Leon C. We were called to reports of a stabbing in Eastwood Road North shortly after midday, 12:05, they say. A man was arrested shortly afterwards. We are not looking for anyone else, and they say we will bring you more information when we have it, as will we here at LBC. Stay with LBC, because this is clearly a very, very serious incident. Whatever the detail that emerges, the detail we already have suggests that this is a very, very serious incident indeed. So stay with LBC for that. It is 1:54.
This is LBC. It's time to start thinking about swapping your lounge for your lounger and spoil yourself rotten. And that's something a Saga Boutique cruise is rather good at. Boutique is your own VIP door-to-door chauffeur. Boutique is indulging in fine speciality dining in one of our restaurants. It's relaxing in the knowledge that travel insurance and cancellation cover for coronavirus is of course included. Go on, spoil yourself. There's still time to book a cruise sailing soon. Search Saga Boutique Cruises.
Travel insurance provided by Great Lakes SE. Cancellation cover provided by Saga. Subject to medical screening. Opt-out option available. Over 50s only. T's and C's apply.
At Kia, we don't think that electric is for the future. We want you to go electric today. That's why the Kia e-Niro 4 Plus, with its range of up to 282 miles on a single charge, is available with £2,000 towards your PCP deposit and 4.9% APR representative, which makes owning an electric car much more of a reality. Search Go Electric with Kia to discover more. 4.9% APR representative available over a maximum of 36 months and £2,000 PCP deposit contribution. Kia Finance. Range based on test conditions and may vary.
Magic awaits, so listen to me for the first time Sky's in a Sky TV. Remove the dish, the box and wires and meet Sky Glass. It's all you require. The apps or shows you want to try to summon quick say, hello Sky. So believe in magic. Enjoy the view. Sky Glass will put its spell on you. The streaming TV from Sky. Sky Glass. Made of magic. Search Sky Glass.
Requires Sky TV and app subscriptions and minimum 10 megabits per second broadband. Coming soon.
Sit comfortably. Feel the weight lift from your shoulders as you place your shopping bags down. Listen to the hustle and bustle of families fade all around you. Now, with your eyes open, tuck into a hard-earned McDonald's.
Relax and avoid standing in the queue with table service on the My McDonald's app. Simply find a table, order, and we'll do the rest. Table service is at participating restaurants only. Visit the McDonald's website for a list of available restaurants.
This might sound like a walk to work, but it's actually the sound of Paul being able to fit into last year's swimming trunks for this year's holiday of a lifetime.
Whatever your reason for making a positive change in life, Vitality Health and Life Insurance motivates you with everything from half-price trainers to weekly Cafe Nero coffees when you're active. Vitality, sharing the benefits of healthy living. Just search Vitality. Discounts and rewards available with certain plans. Minimum monthly premiums and conditions apply.
Across the UK, thousands of people are switching broadband every day because they've realised if they're out of contract, they could be out of pocket. There has never been a better time to switch and save. Get Vodafone Superfast Broadband from only £19.50 a month. Switch today. Together we can. Vodafone.
CPI plus 3.9% increase each April. 24-month contract subject to credit check acceptance and availability. Cheaper versus publicly available out-of-contract non-promotional per month pricing of competitors as of 17th of the 8th, 2021. Terms and verification at vodafone.co.uk/broadband.
Now at B&Q, get 3 for 2 on all indoor paint, 4 for 3 on laminate and luxury vinyl click flooring, and 20% off wallpaper. That's big savings on choosing change. You can do it when you B&Q it. Selected products. Ends 1st of November. Subject to availability. See DIY.com for full T's and C's.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Sheila Fogarty.
If you're just joining us here at LBC, very serious news emerging. Just after 12 o'clock today, Essex Police were called to the building in which David Amess, the Conservative MP, was holding his Friday surgery for his MPs. Police were called there after reports of a stabbing. It's emerged since that the MP himself, the Tory MP, Sir David Amess, has been stabbed multiple times, we are told. We spoke to a workman who'd been working on the property next door to that building. He told LBC in the last 10, 15 minutes or so that he has seen an air ambulance at the scene and paramedics still at the scene at the time he spoke to us. That may have changed since then. Essex Police have reported, as I said, that they were on the scene at 5 past midday and arrested a man. They have arrested a man. They have recovered a knife as well, and they say they are questioning that man now in Essex. They don't believe there is any general threat to the wider public, that they clearly believe that this individual and this incident are very localised to that constituency. But inevitably it brings to mind the murder of Joe Cox. It brings to mind the threats of violence that many MPs, male and female, have been experiencing in recent years. And just to reiterate, Essex Police confirming they have arrested a man in connection with the stabbing of Sir David Amess. They are not looking for anyone else in connection with the attack. They say the reports came through of a stabbing in Eastwood Road North shortly after midday today. Officers on the scene quickly carried out that arrest. They say they're not looking for anyone else, as I've just said. They want to thank the public who alerted us to the incident so quickly. We need anyone who saw anything or has CCTV, dashcam or doorbell footage, the world we live in, to contact us. Essex Police say if you have any information that you can submit, then you can do so to report it online at www.essex.police.uk. I'll repeat that because these are easy things to get wrong. But if you think you have video evidence that can be useful to the police in this incident, it took place in Eastwood Road North shortly after midday, around midday, because that's when they got the call. So the online location to post any footage you think might be useful, Essex, www.essex.police.uk, or you can use the live chat button to speak to an online operator. That's between 7 in the morning and 11 at night. Stay with LBC for all developments on this very concerning story. It's 2:00.
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 2:00. Conservative MP Sir David Amess has been stabbed at a local constituency surgery in Leigh-on-Sea in Essex. It's reported he's been treated at the scene for a number of wounds. Police are there and surrounding roads have been closed off. Here's our political editor, Theo Usherwood.
This will have echoes of the tragic murder of Joe Cox back in 2016, in the days before the 2016 Brexit referendum. Security for MPs has always been a concern for MPs at their surgeries. You'll remember, of course, Stephen Timms, the Labour MP, was attacked during one of his surgeries.
Test and Trace is warning as many as 43,000 people may have been told wrongly that they're clear from having COVID. Investigations are taking place into a private laboratory in Wolverhampton after concerns were raised about incorrect PCR results since the start of September. People who may still be infectious are now being contacted. Gemma Tyson's son had 10 positive lateral flow tests, but 3 NHS ones came back negative.
Obviously, it was confusing with school because school were saying he can come in. He hasn't got COVID. His PCRs are clear. Send him in. I just thought it was crazy to send him into school with all the other children, some of which would have been vulnerable.
Police in West Sussex have arrested a man after reports of someone trying to kidnap a teenage girl by pretending to be an officer. The 14-year-old said the man searched her clothes in Three Bridges in Crawley on Wednesday morning. A 32-year-old man was arrested yesterday. The Brexit minister says it's a big gap between the UK and EU over the Northern Ireland Protocol. Lord Frost is discussing the matter with his European counterpart in Brussels. Greenpeace says it's immensely helpful that the Queen has spoken about being irritated by a lack of action on climate change. Her Majesty was overheard voicing her frustrations about not knowing who is and who isn't attending next month's COP26 climate summit in Glasgow. Reports suggest China won't go, but Australia's confirmed it will be represented. Greenpeace UK Executive Director John Sovan says that's a big step.
Scott Morrison has basically been shamed into attending, and it is really important that he does attend. I mean, Australia is the second largest coal exporter in the world after Indonesia. I can't think of any country in the world that's got more renewable energy resources than Australia.
In the city a short time ago, the FTSE 100 was trading up 16 points at 72.24. The pound buys $1.30.
Currently in custody, the police go on to say, we are not looking for anyone else in connection with the incident and do not believe there is an ongoing threat to the wider public. We want to thank the public who alerted us to the incident so quickly. And they're asking anybody who saw anything, who have any CCTV images from nearby, or any dash cam footage or doorbell footage, to contact them as quickly as possible, and you can report any of that online by going to www.essex.police.uk and using the live chat button, they say, or to speak to an online operator between 7 a.m. and 11 p.m. So if you've got any of that footage, if you know anything that happened, if you saw anything that happened, Essex Police urging members of the public to get in touch with them as soon as possible.
And Theo, stay with us, because I want to talk more about, we're waiting for more detail of this to emerge, but I want to talk more about MP safety. But I think it's important that people get as much detail as they can at the moment. Anthony called. I'll come back to you in a moment, Theo. Anthony called LBC very quickly. He was an eyewitness. He's a workman who was working on the building next door to where the constituency surgery was taking place. Here's what he told me just a little while ago.
As I pulled up to go see a client of ours, there was a lady outside sound distress on the phone saying that you need to get here quick. I thought nothing of it. I've walked into the property, looked at what I needed to do, and then within a minute I've gone back out to my vehicle to go get some stuff, and that's when it was just completely and utterly swamped by police, ambulance, armed police. Could see an air ambulance hovering over top of us. Thinking, well, what the hell's gone on here? Looked in the building, obviously I saw the David Amess sign saying here today, and then I saw someone get taken out of the building, put into the back of a police car, and then got told to leave the area. And at that point, obviously, we knew something serious has happened. And then within, I don't know, say 5 minutes, then we got informed by someone that was in the building what had actually happened. And apparently he's stabbed quite a few times, and they're trying to fight for his life as we speak.
Did you see the air ambulance take off with a patient in it?
No, there's been no patient being taken away from the building as we speak. He's still in there, from what I can see.
Even by ambulance?
Yeah. They're trying to save his life, I think, at the moment.
Let's not... I mean, I don't doubt that they're trying to give him as much support as they can. I mean, we don't yet know, do we, the detail of the injuries. Let's not speculate on that. But my goodness, Anthony, that's quite a shock, isn't it? I mean, we've all experienced something like it when we hear the sirens, or, and it's an alarming moment, isn't it?
Yeah, it is very distressing, that's for sure. Very distressing.
And what do you make of... the numbers of... Just describe the area and the numbers of people around the building and the type of building that it is.
I mean, it's a nice area. It's a nice area in Leigh-on-Sea. It's nothing that you think would happen around this area, that's for sure. It's just a residential street with a Methodist church on the road. And, you don't often hear things going on like this down this way, but to have it next door to where you're working is obviously... very upsetting and very unlike what is around here, It's very odd. Yeah, it's very distressing, that's for sure.
That's Anthony, who saw the immediate aftermath of these events and described them to us just there. Just a couple of tweets. They're actually tweets from journalists, and I think you'll see why I'm reading them out. You might know Kevin Maguire, I'm sure, of The Mirror. He says, a shocking violent attack on another MP, this time David Amess. Injury to one really is an injury to all in a democracy. And if this is politically motivated, Kevin is right to make that point. Janice Turner of The Times says, our MPs are extraordinarily open in their dealings with the public. Every time I've been to a constituency surgery, I've thought how exposed the MP seems. An everyday bravery, regardless of the party, we only acknowledge when tragedy occurs. And Theo, that point about MPs' safety generally, but specifically on surgery day, because it was going to a surgery, wasn't it, when Jo Cox was stabbed? And my goodness, this will be a difficult day for her family as well. That thought has just occurred to me. But the Jo Cox Foundation, in fact, have tweeted, horrified to hear the news of the attack on Sir David Amess. We're thinking of him, his family and loved ones at this distressing time. So that from them. It's been an ongoing conversation. Certainly became more lively after the Brexit campaign, during and after the Brexit campaign. But before then as well, there's been violence against MPs, hasn't there?
There has, Sheila, and of course, Sir David Amess is one of the longest-serving MPs in the House of Commons. He was first elected to the House of Commons back in 1983 as the MP for Basildon. He was re-elected 3 times, and then but over in 1997, when Tony Blair, of course, became Prime Minister, in that general election, he was first elected to Southend West, a constituency that he has served ever since. He's very well respected on the backbenches from right across the political divide. He was, incidentally, and of course there's no means, I just mentioned this as a point of fact, no bearing on whether there's any motivation behind this when it comes to what has happened. But he was a vocal supporter of Brexit in the 2016 referendum. He first rose to prominence within the Conservative Party actually when he first joined the House of Commons, and he served as the Parliamentary Private Secretary to Michael Portillo, a post that he held as it's effectively a right-hand person to a minister. He held that position for 10 years. Since then, he's served on the Administration Committee, an important committee within the House of Commons that deals with the day-to-day functions of the House of Commons. He also served on the Health Select Committee between 1998 and 2008, and at the moment he's chairman's panel. He's on the chairman's panel committee. Again, this is a committee that deals with the workings of Parliament. So he's very well respected as a backbencher. He works hard as a constituency MP, Sheila, and this is, as you rightly pointed to, Kevin Maguire, his associate editor of Daily Mirror's tweet. This is something that is going to be felt right across, obviously, his constituency down in Southend, and of course in Leigh-on-Sea, and of course our hearts go out to his family and friends and all those close to him. But in the wider sense of the of Westminster and those who and MPs and their staff who work in the House of Parliament, of course, peers as well. This is in Westminster. You want as a journalist, you want the access. You want the public to have the access. You want to be able to contact MPs. You want the public, indeed, to feel that there isn't a glass wall between our political establishment and those who elect them to go into politics. But of course, when these attacks happen, and they are infrequent, but of course they're not as they do happen. The reaction is always naturally that more protections must be put in place, and I'm sure many MPs will regard, our thoughts and prayers, and we hope David's going to be okay. So David's going to be okay, but we'll be worried over the course of this weekend about their own security, particularly when they're holding these surgeries, which are events where they want to be able to sit down and talk face to face with their constituents.
How do they know their country otherwise? How do they know their constituency and concerns and what's going on the ground? It's absolutely invaluable for them as MPs, isn't it?
Pandemic, when so much correspondence has had to be done via phone, Zoom, emails with the office, actually now, coming out of the pandemic, MPs have got the opportunity to sit down and see their constituents face to face, and MPs find them valuable. When they're thinking about controversial votes in the House of Commons, they often take the time out to go and hold these surgeries and see what their electorate, what their constituents think on a particular issue as they come to a decision about how they're going to make up their mind on a particular vote. And the fear has to be that whatever comes out of this, that more MPs will be more concerned about their security at these type of surgeries, which are most MPs I speak to think they're incredibly valuable.
Thank you, Theo, for now. Theo Usherwood, LBC's political editor. We'll hear more from Theo throughout the afternoon. I'm joined by Andrew Pearce, LBC presenter and print journalist as well. Andrew, good afternoon to you.
Hi, Sheila.
Just before we talk more specifically about David Amess, I mean, Theo making the point there that attacks like this are infrequent was the word he used. And again, we don't yet know the motive for the attack. But attacks like this, thankfully, are infrequent. But my goodness, we know already of the abuse, verbal and otherwise, that MPs and peers are getting just as they walk around Westminster or their own constituency, or indeed online.
Well, online, the social bullying of MPs is appalling, and my advice to them all is don't read it. But it has got, I think, the the discourse between the public and politicians has got much worse in the 30-odd years since I've been writing and broadcasting about Westminster. The Great Expenses scandal didn't help all those years ago, when a lot of people saw MPs seem to be coining the cash at their expense. But there just seems to be a lack of respect for MPs. I think people think they're in there for their own good. They pay too much. They turn on the TV and see the chamber is empty, which misleads, which overlooks the fact that many MPs do a lot of work behind the scenes. You don't have to be in the chamber the whole time. And it's why I think so few people now want to go into politics, Sheila, as a career, as a vocational career, because it's a lot of abuse. It's £81,000 a year, which is a lot of money compared to the average wage, but you're separated from your family if your constituency in the north of England or the west or the east. It's not an easy life, and the rules pretty much make clear now that you can't employ your partner, which I think is insanity, because that's the way of keeping the marriage or the relationship going, and embedding them in your constituency work. So who'd be an MP? Not me. And after Joe Cox, we thought every precaution had been taken, the murder of Joe Cox in 2016. But if there are fanatics, how do you stop them?
Yeah, and you know, every precaution has been taken, but the reality is that a very strong message came out of Parliament after Joe Cox's murder, it seemed to me, which was business as usual.
Absolutely.
Because you know, it becomes so much less of the vocational job we hope that it is for people who do it if they hide away from us.
Yeah, and we don't know the detail yet of what happened to David, but it was probably almost certainly something to do with his constituency surgery, which is such an important part of an MP's work. You see your constituents face to face. They can tell you what their problem is, and it's a bit like the row we've been having with GPs, isn't it? People want to see their GP. They want to see their MP. It would be very sad if, as a result of what's happened to David today, and we're all praying that he pulls through, that those constituency contacts are cut off completely and everything goes virtual and Zoom.
And I'm reading here in the Basildon Canvey Southend Echo, that's a first for me, I must say, but there you go, that it's in the surgery is being held at the Belfairs Methodist Church in Eastwood Road North, and the man reportedly ran into the church before the MP was stabbed several times, as it's reporting in this report. You know, to walk into a church and do this. I mean,
unbelievable. And you know, I've known David for 25 years, Sheila. It's a terrible cliche, he's just one of the nice guys at Westminster. Look, he was never going to be a minister, never ministerial material. He'd be the first to admit that. Classic constituency man. He's a key figure in the campaign to get a memorial to Dame Vera Lynn on the White Cliffs of Dover, because her family were from the East Ham. He's from Plaistow in the East End, so he sees her and him as sort of hewn from the same block. He's been heavily involved in the campaign to ensure that leaseholders who've been lumbered with this terrible flammable cladding, the sort we saw in Grenfell Tower, that they get proper compensation. He was only on LBC with me talking about it recently, and he wrote his book this year, Sheila, Eyes and Ears. You wouldn't believe it. The title is A Survivor's Guide to Parliament.
Oh dear. Well, let's hope that's the way things stay. Sarah has sent this text, Andrew, and your thoughts on it would be interesting. I've contemplated getting into politics, but every MP I know has received some sort of threat or are fearful for their safety, as are their staff. For the sake of democracy, this has to change. Otherwise, we won't get normal people putting themselves forward for public office, only those who can afford to fund their own security, and this certainly would not serve any of us. Your thoughts on what Sarah says?
That's a very, 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 very sad thought, isn't it? But I can see where she's coming from. Women in particular do not find political life attractive. A lot of the abuse that used to go on, Margaret Beckett, who's is the longest serving female MP in the history of Parliament, told me she was horrified when she first got there about the abuse that was shouted at women, especially from our own benches. But women find it very difficult because they've got to juggle families as well. They're often sexual targets in the way that men aren't. And if they're trying to juggle children too. David, by the way, has got 5 kids and he was looking forward to his daughter's wedding in December. It's just, this will just make it almost even less attractive, and we want the best for our parliamentarians. We want the best people to be leading this country, and they come in all shapes and sizes and all varieties. David was a Brexiteer, as Theo was saying earlier. great supporter of Mrs Thatcher, proper Thatcherite Tory. But this will cause real reverberations around Westminster, because he's about 5'8", 5'9", perhaps, easygoing, big smile, and you would say the least offensive and most mild mannered man in Westminster. We lost one a couple of weeks ago, didn't we? James Brokenshire, who died of cancer.
That's right.
And that was awful, because
another gent.
Everyone said a gent, and he was. I knew James as well. I know David much better. He was. I was meant to be going to his constituency dinner. Thrilling life I lead. In a few months' time. But the police will. What can they do, Sheer? At the end of the day, you can't have police officers outside every MP's constituency surgery. There's 650 MPs.
Well, I could pluck any sadly, I could pluck any number of MPs' names out of a hat here. But if you think about what Jess Phillips endured, what Diane Abbott has endured in terms of racist threat over the years, or racist-based threat over the years. People having their constituency offices daubed and vandalised. I know that happened to a number of MPs during the Brexit campaign, didn't it? Let's talk a little bit about, and again, my sort of rider here is that we don't yet know the motivation for this attack, but what about politics, British politics, and the tone of it? I mean, it's always been robust. That's the sort of benign word I would use about it. It's always been robust. It's always been scrappy. And I think it should be those things.
Yeah.
But what about, when lines are crossed, both sometimes in journalism, sometimes on the floor of the House, sometimes in language? Think Angela Rayner recently using the word scum.
Yeah.
What about when those, and there have been examples on both sides. What about when those lines are crossed? I really think that there should be greater sanction for them.
I think, but it didn't get much coverage actually at the Tory conference, but Ian Duncan Smith, a former leader of the Tory party, was struck over the head by a protester wielding a traffic cone.
Yes.
What in God's name? Now, the police got to them very quickly, but they could have killed him. And he was with his wife and another woman. So even the fact he was, called me old-fashioned, the fact he was walking with two women in the street, that meant nothing to the deranged thug who was chanting Tory scum at him.
Well, I'll tell you why it meant nothing to that individual. I was talking to Dame Louise Casey just a couple of weeks ago, and she was saying when she came out of the House of Lords, there were anti-vax campaigners on the street out there, and she was hounded, inches from her face as she walked along the street. I mean, this is very worrying indeed.
It is, and look, we all support the right to protest.
Robust, scrappy.
All that.
Yeah.
I've got my issues with Insulate Britain, because I think the way they're doing it is completely wrong, and I think the way sometimes.
But it's not this, is it?
No.
Just to be clear.
Exactly. But it's also, they're not pushing their face right up in front of women. I've seen some of those crowds outside the Commons. I remember Anna Soubry having to run the gauntlet of it. She lost her seat at the last election. She was on the different side of the argument on Brexit. It was deeply unpleasant, and the police have a duty to keep them a respectable distance. That's what they've got to do. But how you draw a boundary around an MP doing his or her work in their constituency, in their constituency surgery, which is almost certainly staffed by unpaid volunteers who are also then at risk, I do not know.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Andrew Pearce, LBC's presenter. I'm just looking at some live images from outside the Methodist Church where this incident has taken place. The air ambulance is still on the ground on a patch of common grass near the area, and there are two ambulances outside the church and just a number of people, mostly police, as I can see at the moment. The area is cordoned off quite substantially, as you would imagine, and traffic is being diverted elsewhere. Stay with LBC for any news on how traffic into the evening, particularly into rush hour, is affected by this, because I've no doubt, or I suspect anyway, that it will be. Let's talk to Rachel Venables, LBC's correspondent. A huge number of MPs and others, I must say, tweeting about this.
Absolutely, Shula. Yes, messages of love, support, sympathy, and as you'd expect, horror flooding in from MPs, from politicians across the political spectrum this afternoon, united, as you would expect, in fear for Sir David Amess, and also very clearly just praying for the best, waiting anxiously for any updates as to his condition, as we hear that paramedics, it looks like, are still on the scene after that incident, that horrendous incident more than 2 hours ago. Now, I'll start with one of his colleagues, Sir Ian Duncan-Smith, Conservative MP for Chingford and Woodford Green. He has said his thoughts are with David Amess MP and his family at this awful time. We can only imagine, of course, what his family are going through as well. He goes on to say he's praying for a full recovery following this appalling, shocking news. And then he makes another statement. He takes it a bit further, saying this angry, violent behaviour cannot be tolerated in politics or any other walk of life. So reflecting there, I think some of the conversations certainly you have been having, Sheila, with your guests, and the way in which violence has started to really infuse politics. And on that note, I'll bring you a statement from Stephen Timms, who's the Labour MP for East Ham. And of course, for him, this will be very raw, very difficult to process, because he himself was stabbed back in May 2010 during a constituency surgery. So this will be really horrendous for him. And he has also tweeted to say, appalled to hear of the attack today. He says, I know him well. I'm thinking of him with the very best wishes as we await further news. We've also had statements through from the likes of Angela Rayner, the deputy leader of the Labour Party, saying, I am horrified. Colleague David Amess, a man more dedicated to his constituents you could not ever hope to meet. And he says to have been attacked like this during a surgery is horrific. Praying for him and his family just now. So you can see how the themes there are all the same, and these politicians from across the country, from across the political spectrum, are all united both in praying for a man. Some of them will know, I'm sure, very well. Some of them will know only a little bit, but they will all be feeling the same thing today, I think, which is evaluating the job that they do and the dangers that they face. And they can all, I'm sure, imagine the risks that come from meeting members of the public in such a setting.
And Rachel, we will of course be focusing this afternoon on finding, waiting for more detail on this case and hoping that the news is good, or at least encouraging. But there will be people listening, doctors, nurses, GPs, priests, ministers, imams, rabbis, district nurses. I mean, the list goes on. There are people every day who have reporters, I did it myself for years, have up close engagement with members of the public. And this, I can see already calls on Twitter for MPs to routinely have security at constituency surgery days. I'm just not sure that's desirable or feasible, because so many other people in equally vital lines of work face the same threat.
Absolutely. I mean, look at, what emergency service crews face day in, day out, police officers, medics. And you're right, there was members of, I think, people who are in the public eye. Perhaps we talk about it a little bit more because we're so much more aware of how political discourse has become really quite fractured. And at times, it's difficult to tell what's the difference between abuse on Twitter, which is sent day in, day out to, so many people across the political divide, and, there are times when that can spill over into physical violence, whether it's the likes of what happened to Stephen Timms, as I mentioned, or that conversation you were just having about what happened to Sir Ian Duncan-Smith, a few weeks ago. It's easy to dismiss those threats because they are so part of everyday life. And I think when something like this happens to somebody like an MP, somebody who is elected by the public to represent the public, being attacked, it's absolutely horrendous. And of course, the importance of these constituency meetings where people who voted for him, people who live in his constituency, are able to come forward, raise concerns about anything and everything from, local housing, issues in the local area. The idea that, MPs would be feeling unsafe, that they would need to have police at the door or some sort of guards, I think is something that would worry many people. And just lastly, while we talk of tributes, I can't go without mentioning that the Joe Cox Foundation have also put out a short statement on Twitter saying that they are horrified to hear the news of the attack on Sir David Amess MP. They say, we are thinking of him, his family and loved ones at this distressing time. And again, I mean, you can only imagine the memories that this is bringing back and how they will be transported back to that horrendous day when they learnt about what had happened to Joe Cox.
Thank you, Rachel. Rachel Venables, LBC's correspondent. I'll read you more information as it comes in. And again, just to reiterate that the ambulances are still on the ground at Leigh-on-Sea, outside that church where the constituency surgery was being held. And again, just to reinforce what Rachel was saying there, doors wide open as they would be for a constituency surgery. And the reports from the police, from Essex Police, are that an individual ran into the church and stabbed the MP, David Amess, multiple times. That individual has been arrested. A man has been arrested by Essex Police. They say they are looking for no one else in relation to the incident and don't believe there is a further threat to the public. Stay with LBC. It's 2:30. Tim Humphrey has the headlines.
A man has been arrested after Conservative MP Sir David Amess was stabbed at a constituency surgery in Essex. The 69-year-old, who's been an MP since 1983, has been receiving treatment at the scene in Leigh-on-Sea. Police say they're not looking for anyone else. The Cabinet's due to be meeting in Bristol this afternoon, but it's not clear if that will now happen. Media opportunities and an interview with the Prime Minister have been cancelled. Goodwill messages have been sent by former Prime Minister David Cameron, Labour leader Sir Keir Starmer and the former Conservative leader Sir Ian Duncan-Smith. The weather, patchy rain in the southwest, otherwise mostly dry with sunshine and a high of 17.
Sheila Fogarty on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
The MP, David Amess, Sir David Amess, has been stabbed, as you've just heard there in the news headlines, as he met with constituents at his Friday surgery. Essex Police say they were called to reports of a stabbing in Leigh-on-Sea just after midday. Just reiterating this information. They've recovered a knife. They say they're not looking for anyone else in connection with the incident and are questioning a man. The former party leader, Sir Ian Duncan-Smith, says he's praying for a full recovery. He himself was attacked during the Conservative Party conference. He said on Twitter, as many MPs are taking to Twitter, my thoughts are with David Amess MP and his family at this awful time. Shocking news. This angry, violent behaviour cannot be tolerated in politics or in any other walk of life. And it does feel that we're at a bit of a crossroads here on that front. It certainly feels that way to me. The MP is 69 years old. He was attacked as he met constituents at Belfair's Methodist Church, which is now, the entrance to which is now guarded by, ironically, by a good number of police and some other people. I couldn't identify the reasons that they are there. 2 police cars are now pulling up outside Belfair's Methodist Church, and there is an air ambulance as well on standby. There's a bit of movement outside the church at the moment. If any of that activity amounts to a statement of any sort, we will bring that to you here at LBC. Let me just reiterate some of the comments from other MPs on Twitter. David Morris, MP, says absolutely horrendous, praying for Sir David. An awful lot of them saying the same, essentially, and expressing shock. Terribly shocking, such a decent and kind man. Let's listen again to a gentleman, Anthony, a workman who was working on the building next door to the church where this attack took place. Anthony rang and told us what he saw.
As I pulled up to go see a client of ours, there was a lady outside sounding distressed on the phone, saying that you need to get here quick. I thought nothing of it. I've walked into the property, looked at what I needed to do, and then within a minute I've gone back out to my vehicle to go get some stuff, and that's when it was just completely and utterly swamped by a police, ambulance, armed police. Could see an air ambulance hovering over top of us, thinking, well, what the hell's gone on here? Looked in the building, obviously I saw the David Amess sign saying here today, and then I saw someone get taken out of the building, put into the back of a police car, and then got told to leave the area. And at that point, obviously, we knew something serious has happened. And then within, I don't know, say 5 minutes, then we got informed by someone that was in the building what had actually happened. And apparently he's stabbed quite a few times. And they're trying to fight for his life as we speak.
Did you see the air ambulance take off with a patient in it?
No, there's been no patient being taken away from the building as we speak. He's still in there, from what I can see.
Even by ambulance?
Yeah. Yeah, they're trying to save his life, I think, at the moment.
Well, let's not... I mean, I don't doubt that they're trying to give him as much support as they can. I mean, we don't yet know, do we, the detail of the injuries. Let's not speculate on that. But my goodness, Anthony, that's quite a shock, isn't it? I mean, we've all experienced something like it when we hear the sirens or, and it's an alarming moment, isn't it?
Yeah, it is very distressing, that's for sure. Very distressing.
And what do you make of... the numbers of... Just describe the area and the numbers of people around the building and the type of building that it is.
I mean, it's a nice area. It's a nice area in Leigh-on-Sea. It's nothing that you think would happen around this area, that's for sure. It's just a residential street with a Methodist church on the road. And, you don't often hear things going on like this down this way. But to have it next door to where you're working is obviously... very upsetting and very unlike what is around here, It's very odd. Yeah, it's very distressing, that's for sure.
That was Anthony, a workman who was working on the building next door to the church where this incident took place. There appear to be... I'm looking at TV footages from clearly drone cameras. Again, the world we live in these days. There appears to be some activity around the air ambulance now. I mean, I hope, I don't know, but I hope that amounts to better news, that perhaps the MP has been made stable enough to be taken to hospital. I don't know. The air ambulance, as I can see on live footage, is still on the ground at a piece of common grassland just minutes away from the church where this incident took place, where the Conservative MP for Southend West, Sir David Amess, was stabbed around midday multiple times at that local constituency surgery taking place. There are a number of police cars in front of the church, police officers at the door of the church, and some other people as well. And the police are also going vehicle by vehicle, I imagine, to ask people perhaps to move or to check vehicles near the building as well, a few vans and cars. Let me just read some more of the responses coming in on this. Quite a few of them relate to security, as you would imagine. And I think there is such a sensitivity, I think, about MPs, an important sensitivity around MPs being of us, from us, amongst us, accessible to us. All MPs want that. All of them want that. If you think of the horror after Joe Cox's murder, the immediacy with which, I'm not saying they didn't think about their safety or maybe take measures within their own constituency offices to be more security conscious. Nothing wrong with that. But none of them that I spoke to, and I spoke to many, wanted heavy security around themselves, around their person. They just didn't want it. And I can understand why they didn't want it. And I think, I've made the example of people who work in frontline services like the health service, for example. Yes, there may be police officers coming and going in A&E, but GPs don't have security. Practice nurses don't have security, and they face people in extremes and face people that they can't, whose behaviour they can't necessarily predict. So I'm not sure that is something that any MP or peer would be interested in introducing. I'm sure they'll all have a chance to express a view on that. Let me talk to Lord Pickles, Eric Pickles. You might be more familiar with him as former Secretary of State for Communities and Local Government, was a long-serving MP in a neighbouring constituency. Good afternoon to you, Lord Pickles.
Good afternoon. It's shocking.
Horrible news.
Yes. David's a dedicated constituency MP. I'm just utterly appalled.
Is it too difficult for you to talk to me at the moment? We can leave it and call later.
No, it's fine. I've just landed in Heathrow.
Okay.
And I'm sort of coming to terms with
I understand
what's happened. But I'm usually one of the first people to welcome me to Essex. It's something that lived and breathed for his constituency. We'll always go that extra mile to help people. So I just find it beyond shocking.
Yes, I can hear how shocked you are. Can I ask you, you talked there about his welcoming qualities. What are his other qualities as an MP, in your view?
I mean, he was tenacious for his constituents. He cared enormously, and he would never let a minister or anyone get in his way. He felt that they were not delivering as they should be. He was someone that is well respected.
And your thoughts on the security of MPs and peers, and you are in the public eye, you are in public life, but I mean,
you've answered the question. To be a good MP, you've got to be visible, which means sometimes you have to take risks. I mean, you do obviously take precautions. I used to own regular surgeries, and I used to take precautions and to be careful, but ultimately something with a group to get people.
I'm going to leave it there because there's quite a lot of background noise, and I'm so sorry for the shock. Your personal shock is evident. Thank you, Eric Pickles, Lord Pickles, now former Secretary of State for Communities and Local Government, and was a long-serving neighbouring MP of David Amess. That air ambulance is now leaving. I can't confirm yet whether Sir David Amess is in the air ambulance, but there was very careful loading of it, of equipment and people. I couldn't say for sure whether that involved a casualty or not, but an encouraging sign that the air ambulance is leaving, I would say. You'll remember on one of the days where we experienced a terrible terror attack here in London, and there was an air ambulance on Parliament Green, wasn't there? Parliament Square, on the green of Parliament Square, that never took off and went to a hospital. Lily Armand joins me, LBC's reporter, who's at the scene as close as possible as police are allowing anyone to the scene. Lily, what can you see at the moment? What's going on?
Sheila, I'm right by the police line, the cordon right now, and I can see around 5 or 6 police cars, a fair few ambulances dotted around as well. Like I say, this blue and white tape is in front of me, closing off the road outside Belfair's Methodist Church, where Sir David Amess was holding his surgery when this happened. There are around, I guess, a dozen officers directly outside the church, outside the front door here on Eastwood Road North. We're told that Sir David has been receiving treatment, as you've just mentioned, and as I say, there are still a few ambulances dotted around here right now as well. There are lots of police standing around me giving advice to people. Lots of people have also come out onto their front drives as well, looking onwards at the church, sort of in shock, having small, hushed conversations, discussing, I guess, what they know so far. And further afield, we know the media opportunities to film the start of the cabinet meetings have since been cancelled, as was a planned interview with Prime Minister Boris Johnson, which was then due to take place afterwards.
And can I say, Lily, I'm presuming the noise I can hear in the background is the helicopter revving up to take off.
That's right. I wasn't sure if you'd be able to hear that, but there's actually a helicopter in the air already right now. It's been flying above me since I got here, in fact. And as I say, lots and lots of other emergency services around me as well. Lots of people on their phones. Everyone's looking around, and I have been told by a press officer that we will be receiving an update actually in the next 10 to 15 minutes. But in the meantime, we've been hearing reaction and well-wishing from people across the political spectrum, including Conservative MP and former party leader Sarah Ian Duncan Smith tweeting, "My thoughts are with David Amess MP and his family at this awful time." Essex Police have told us they were on the scene shortly after this happened, and they're keen to express that they have arrested a man and recovered a knife. They say that the man they've arrested is currently in custody, and they're making clear they are not looking for anyone else in connection with what has happened here, and that they don't believe that there is an ongoing threat to the wider public. They're also thanking everybody who has sort of helped bring this to their attention so quickly. Regardless, The police are asking anyone who saw anything, who has CCTV, dashcam footage or doorbell footage, to contact them.
Thanks very much, Lily. Lily Armand, LBC's reporter at the scene. That air ambulance that was on that common grassland area just minutes from the church has just, while I was speaking to Lily, has just taken off. It took off very carefully. I know too little about helicopters to say whether that's typical, but it certainly looked like it was taking off very carefully, which would suggest that there's a casualty on board. I certainly hope so, because that would be an encouraging sign. You can still see a lot of people at the front of the church, just inside the doors now, and police guarding the doors, and 2 police vehicles at the front and around the sides, and the car park at the back of the building as well. So police activity inevitably ongoing there, because that is a crime scene. Dominic Grieve joins me, former MP for Beaconsfield. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon.
Shocking moment.
It's appalling. My hope is that he hasn't been too seriously injured, and I hope very much that he is able to make a good recovery. It's a terrible story. And a reflection, I'm afraid, of some of the risks that MPs run in their daily lives, but which we've all, in some ways, experienced, I suspect, incidents like this at our surgeries, but fortunately not with people with knives.
Tell me a little about that, both before Joe Cox's murder and since. What did you do before? What did MPs start to talk about doing afterwards? What changed?
I don't think very much changed. At the end of the day, members of Parliament have to be accessible. I used to hold my surgery in an office. There was somebody in the outer office who was there to help when people came in, and also, I suppose, to provide a cutout if there was a thought to be a problem, or to contact the police. And after Joe Cox's murder, the police were quite proactive in providing contact numbers and recommendations of what should be done if my staff, those who were helping me, were concerned about what went on. But the only time I ever had a problem in my 22 years as an MP, it was somebody who'd actually come into the office itself to see me and could behave perfectly properly outside, and then became violent when they were in. But they weren't armed. It was a completely different matter. And I think ultimately, if MPs are going to remain accessible to their constituents, it's very difficult to see how else that can be done. And I'm sure that David Amess was taking reasonable precautions, but he also wants to be accessible.
I mean, I've already made the comparison with health workers, particularly those very public-facing health workers. We've seen teachers injured at school by intruders, or worse still, by a pupil. In the case of Anne Maguire in Leeds, I think I'm minded to agree with you that there is, if you want an open relationship with your constituents, you have to be physically accessible to your constituents.
Of course you have to. Yeah. And I don't know of any MP who isn't. And clearly there may be 1 or 2 members of Parliament who have a very high security profile who will have more assistance. But for most of us, it's always been part of the daily job, particularly on a Friday, which is a day when you hold surgeries.
You mentioned there about a sort of an increased awareness, and that buffer, that person who acts as a buffer at the door for you in a way. But of course, they're not nobody. They're also vulnerable to attack, aren't they? If somebody,
also,
yes,
absolutely, yeah, they're also vulnerable.
Yes,
you're not vetting people at the entrance. We're not making people walk through.
No, you're just getting a sense
to see
of
whether they've got a knife in their pocket.
No.
This would be a most extraordinary state of affairs.
Of course.
And fortunately, as I say, I don't know. I know from time to time my colleagues, when I was in Parliament, talked about incidents in their surgeries. But in my case, as I say, in the 22 years I was an MP, I think there was only one occasion where there was a serious difficulty. And that, I think, also highlights the fact, mercifully, as to how rare this is. But there's obviously no consolation when it happens to an MP.
It is rare, but we can still name examples, can't we? Clearly, the most recent notable one, Joe Cox, and deadly one, Joe Cox. But you witnessed how politics and out and away from Westminster, how the political language and temperature changed in the last few years. Does that concern you more generally? Because arguably, and again, we don't know the motive for this attack, but it certainly makes me nervous about what can grow from those changes.
Yes, it does concern me. the language of politics has become, I think, rather fouler is the best way to describe it, and often angrier and more aggressive. And I have no doubt that if that is the language of politics, it will also communicate through to the public. And some of the standards of behaviour that I would expect to see of government, I'm afraid, it's not a question of what the government's trying to do, but the way it goes about it seems to me to be slipping. Well, all that creates a climate in society where I'm afraid I think it's more likely to excite people, and there are some people who, in becoming excited, can become violent. And the evidence that the overall atmosphere can make a contribution to whether somebody tips over into serious violence or not is the evidence of that is overwhelming.
I think it is, and I know that over the years as a reporter, I've had a few, and there have been invaluable opportunities to do what we call hostile environment training, and people often immediately think, oh, that's for when you go to a war zone, but it isn't. It's about being aware of your surroundings and knowing how to respond quickly if something goes awry, whether that's violence or something else, or a crowd going out of control or something. Is there an argument for MPs to have something like that?
Well, it might be possible for some training to be organised. There was certainly some security advised training that was made available after Joe Cox's murder. You must remember Stephen Timms also was stabbed in his surgery, very nearly killed.
Yes.
So it was a very serious assault. So there was, I think, and I seem to remember members of my staff going to some training sessions about security, and those are gratefully received. But as I say, at the end of the day, you're either going to cocoon yourself away from the people you're supposed to represent and serve, or you've got to go out and be with them. And you've got to be out and be with them. So I'm afraid I think it's probably a risk we just have to bear and hope that because the vast majority of people in this country are reasonable and indeed honest and law-abiding, this problem won't arise.
Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to me this afternoon. Dominic Grieve, former MP for Beaconsfield, Conservative colleague of Sir David Amess. If you're just joining us here at LBC, horribly reminiscent of the day Joe Cox was stabbed. Hopefully a different outcome in this case. The Conservative MP David Amess has been stabbed multiple times at a church in which he was holding a local constituency surgery. Essex Police have arrested a man. Rachel Venables, LBC's correspondent, is here with the latest. Rachel.
Well, we've just had a ministerial response to this horrendous news coming from Sajid Javid, of course, the Secretary of State for Health. He has put out a very short tweet, quite simple, I think, showing really the scale of the issue. It says it all, really. Thinking of my friend and colleague, Sir David Amess, and his family. And as we discussed a little earlier, Sheila, there have been plenty of responses coming in from people who are sharing their love and support for him, praying for good news. We've also heard in the past few minutes from Brendan Cox, of course, the husband of MP Joe Cox, who was killed in a horrendously similar attack, again at a constituency meeting a few years ago. He has tweeted to say, attacking our elected representatives is an attack on democracy itself. There is no excuse, no justification. It is as cowardly as it gets. And again, we have to reflect, of course, how personally he will be taking this and how he will be feeling seeing these reports horrendously similar coming in. We've also had statements from people who've worked with him, such as Roy Wilshire, who's the inaugural chair of the National Fire Chiefs Council. Now, Sir David Amess is also chair of the all-party parliamentary group on fire safety and rescue, and he has been a long-standing campaigner on issues such as fire safety in buildings, particularly following on from the Grenfell tragedy, and trying to support residents stuck in cladded buildings with issues of fire safety. And Roy Wilshire has tweeted as well, saying his thoughts are with David Amess. He said he has been involved with a lot of work on the fire service and building safety. Terrible news. And I think it's just an important reminder that these MPs aren't just dealing with local issues as well. There are national campaigns and projects that they work on. And I've also seen plenty of tweets to that effect this afternoon. We've also had a statement from the likes of Caroline Pidgeon from the Greens in London, saying very much thinking of David Amess, his staff, family and friends as this terrible news unfolds, sending every strength to David, who is a committed public servant. And the Conservative MP for Lichfield, Michael Fabricant, also tweeting to say he's one of the most lovely, uncontentious, caring leading MPs in Parliament. This is just awful. So a combination there of people really reflecting, I think, how well respected and liked this man is, which is perhaps something you don't always see in politics. But I think a lot of these messages seem very genuine, people talking about this being a very wonderful man. And I think the appeals and the prayers for him to make a full recovery are very, very genuine.
We can't second guess the motive for this attack yet. We just don't know. I mean, if it's in the constituency surgery, you would hazard a guess that it has some political motivation, but that's all it would be. But Rachel, you've been for years, for the last few years, you've been out on the streets of this country, up close with, just ordinary members of the public and finding out what's going on in their world, whatever that story happens to be. How often do you see and maybe even just feel that an atmosphere turn and are you seeing an escalation in that heat in our politics, and not just politics, in our communications with one another?
I think what we have definitely seen in the past few years is an increasing polarisation of politics and a real sense of us versus them, which at times, is just a case of nasty words. And of course, I've experienced that on the ground, and I've seen that for politicians as well, whether they are local politicians. I reported, I think, was it last year, on a local Labour councillor who had what seemed to be a sort of pipe bomb stuffed through his door. Anything from local politics to the national stage, these threats can boil over all the time, and they're always in the back of, I think, people's mind. We talked earlier about the sort of threats that you get on Twitter. It's very easy to see constantly how people send these messages of hate and distrust to people they almost alienate. They see them as the other, they see them as an enemy, and I think for some it's not difficult to see how that can tip over from just words into actions, and that's a really terrifying thought. And it's really interesting that as I talk to you about these messages of solidarity, these messages of love and support, and people praising, this man, we also have on Twitter currently trending Tory scum, with people choosing to blast Angela Rayner for those comments at the Labour Party conference a few weeks ago. And I see again how this becomes us versus them, blame, pointing the finger back across and saying that's part of the polarisation of politics. And of course we can have that debate, but replying to a message when she has said, all of the Labour Party stands behind Sir David Amess, to then blame her for this attack when we have no idea what has happened, I think is a real sad indictment of the state of politics as it is now, and the way that really you can't win. Politicians are always going to be the subject of attacks.
Thank you very much, Rachel. Rachel Venables, LBC's correspondent. We'll hear from Robert Halfon, the Conservative MP for Harlow, after the news. Horrifying news about David Amess. The third time an MP has been violently attacked at their surgery in the space of a decade. Those are the most serious examples, but as you'll have heard in our conversation with a number of people in the last hour and a half, couple of hours, MPs, and not just MPs, are on the receiving end of all kinds of threats, verbal and physical, or even just creating an atmosphere of threat, which we've seen happen time and again, haven't we? Perhaps especially directed at women MPs and women in the public eye in one way or another. Jo Cox was walking to her constituency from a car, wasn't she, when she was attacked? Stephen Timms was in his constituency when he was stabbed by a constituent. Andrew Pennington died trying to protect Nigel Jones from being stabbed at his constituency surgery. So we should remember that. 3 in a decade. I think 3 such serious attacks in a decade actually challenges mine and Theo's conversation earlier on, in which we used the word infrequent. I don't think that is infrequent, is it really, when you think about it? In what workplace do you, other than the obvious ones where there are extremes, could any of us say that 3 people had been stabbed in a decade? So very frightening times for all of us. But because as Kevin Maguire rightly said earlier on, I think an attack on anyone, if it's politically motivated in a democracy, is an attack on everyone in that democracy. I think that's a really important thing to remember. Just to reiterate, we don't yet know the condition of Sir David Amess. He's been stabbed at his constituency, where he was meeting constituency members during a regular surgery. Ian Dale Aroni and Dale had a call from his constituency staff because he was due to be with Sir David Amess this evening, and that was the first indication we had of this crime. An awful lot of people praying for him, including ourselves, hoping for the best. The air ambulance has taken off now from that patch of grass near to where the incident took place, and we are expecting a statement at some time. So stay with LBC. We'll bring you all of the details when they emerge. It's 3:00.
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 3:00, the Conservative MP, Sir David Amess, has been stabbed several times at a constituency surgery in Essex. One man has been arrested in Leigh-on-Sea, and police say they're not looking for anyone else. The surgery was being held in a Methodist church. It's understood the MP is being treated at the scene, although an air ambulance has now taken off. Reporter Alan Stratton is nearby.
Many ambulances here, lots of people, but all being kept at a distance from the church where the stabbing has taken place. The vicar, in fact, of the church has just turned up. He's only been in office a couple of weeks, but wasn't even aware that this session was actually being held.
Political writer and broadcaster Andrew Pearce says constituency surgeries are an important link between politicians and the voters.
They want to see their MP. It would be very sad if, as a result of what's happened to David today, and we're all praying that he pulls through, that those constituency contacts are cut off completely and everything goes virtual and Zoom.
The Reverend Clifford Newman is the vicar of Belfair's Methodist Church where the attack took place.
He was trying to get into the community, and quite honestly, no matter what your views or whatever, this is terrible. I mean, there's no justification for it, and it's not going to solve anything, to be perfectly honest. So our thoughts and prayers are with Julie, his wife, and obviously David himself.
Messages of goodwill have been sent in from politicians on both sides of the House. Brendan Cox, the widower of the late Labour MP Joe Cox, who was murdered in an attack in 2016, described the stabbing of Sir David Amess as cowardly as it gets. The Cabinet was due to meet in Bristol this afternoon, but it's not clear if that's going ahead. Other media opportunities have been cancelled. Police in Norway say the man who's suspected of killing 5 people with a bow and arrow has been placed in a psychiatric institution. Danish citizen Espen Andersen Broughton has confessed to the crime, and officials have put it down to a mental illness. 4 women and a man were killed in the attack in Kongsberg, which is around 40 miles away from Oslo. A serious incident investigation is to begin within the UK Health Security Agency after testing at a COVID lab in Wolverhampton was suspended for giving false results. It's estimated 43,000 people weren't given the right information. In the city a short time ago, the FTSE 100 was trading up 20 points at 72.28. The pound buys $1.37 and €1.18. And the weather, patchy rain in the southwest, otherwise mostly dry with sunshine, a high of 17. From Global's newsroom, I'm Tim Humphrey.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Sheila Fogarty.
Hello, good afternoon to you. If you're just joining us here at LBC, we are dealing with the awful news, breaking news, that the Conservative MP Sir David Amess has been injured very badly by being stabbed multiple times at his constituency surgery today in Essex around midday. Essex police say they were called to the scene and got there just after 5 past midday and quickly arrested a man and found a knife near the scene. They say they're not looking for anyone else in relation to this stabbing, and that they don't believe there is any ongoing threat to members of the public. A short while ago, just in the last 10 minutes or so, an air ambulance that had been waiting on the ground near the church, on a piece of common grassland near the church, did eventually take off. It isn't entirely clear yet who was on board, whether a casualty was on board, let alone whether that person was Sir David Amess. But let's hope that's the case and that he has been stabilised at the scene and is being taken to hospital. Let's hope that that is the case. It's worth reminding ourselves, I think. I mean, clearly the name that first comes to mind after an incident like this is Jo Cox, the MP, the Labour MP, who was murdered. Let's remind ourselves, that was 2016. In 2010, Stephen Timms, Labour MP, was stabbed twice, as I recall, with a samurai sword in his constituency surgery meeting. In 2000, Andy Pennington, the assistant to the MP Nigel Jones, was stabbed to death at the constituency office again. And today we have this dreadful story. David Amess MP stabbed multiple times at the Methodist church in which he was holding his constituency surgery. It's couched, this church, in an incredibly what looks to me like a very nice but busy residential area full of houses and trees, and that parkland I mentioned very nearby where the air ambulance waited and landed and took off in the last 10 minutes or so. Police say they're not, as I said a moment ago, they're not looking for anyone else in relation to this incident, but the area around the church is, as you would expect, completely cordoned off. Traffic is being diverted as well because of that, and there are still a good number of police officers on the scene and police cars on the scene as well. MPs from across the political spectrum have been tweeting about this. The Jo Cox Foundation as well has tweeted to say that they are horrified by the stabbing. It will be a difficult day for them. Theo's here, Theo Osherwood, LBC's political editor. We're all essentially on tenterhooks now, Theo, waiting to find out how he is.
It's very bad news, I'm afraid, Sheila. It's been confirmed within the last few moments that Sir David Amess has died from his injuries. To remind you, just after midday, a man walked into his constituency, Mr. Sir David's constituency surgery in Leigh-on-Sea. We understand at that point the man stabbed Sir David multiple times. Emergency services, including the air ambulance, police, armed police, rushed to the scene, and there was an ongoing fight to try and to save Sir David's life, but very sadly and unfortunately, it's been confirmed, as I said in the last few moments, that Sir David Amess has died from his injuries after being stabbed, as I said, multiple times at his surgery in Leigh-on-Sea, Essex.
It is tragic news, first and foremost, for him and his family. Andrew Pearce telling me in my conversation with him half an hour ago how much his family were looking forward to his daughter's wedding in December. Oh my goodness, I mean, a pall of sorrow cast over that. And a pall of sorrow, I think, cast over certainly Parliament and the country, really. We're in trouble here, aren't we?
So, of course, this bears striking resemblance to the murder of the Labour MP Jo Cox back in 2016, in the weeks prior to the Brexit referendum. There was, of course, her sister-in-law, Kim Ledbetter, was only earlier this year elected as the Labour MP for Batley and Spen, and of course wider politics, the political politics in Westminster, but of course, as you say, Sheila, right across the whole country will be devastated by this news. Sir David was a Conservative MP. He was a well-liked MP. He'd served as an MP, firstly for the constituency of Basildon in Essex, for winning 3 elections there. Before he moved, there was a boundary change, and he moved across to serve Southend West, a constituency he had served since 1997. He'd been an MP for 38 years. We'll obviously expect a statement and words from the Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, very shortly. But Westminster will. This is not just for Westminster, but I mean, this is very, very sad news, but also there'll be, when the time is right, questions, of course, around MP security, as we were talking about only in the last hour. MPs, it's a key part of their job to meet constituents at their surgeries, which usually take place, as I said, on a Friday when the House of Commons isn't sitting. It gives them the chance to help their constituents with problems which may be range from the small individual problems around housing to, of course, to listen to their views when it comes to the issues of the day. Many MPs like to hold those meetings simply to know, so they can gauge how their constituents feel about a particular issue. Absolutely.
Thank you, Theo. For now, Theo Rushwood, LBC's political editor. Worth reiterating, really, when I was talking to Dominic Grieve, the former Conservative MP, a few moments ago, how vital that connectedness to constituents is for MPs. But the truth here is we have to take stock here, because 4 MPs now subject to serious violent attack with weaponry, I'm talking about here, in the last 4 years. 3 deaths of the assistant to Nigel Jones, and then Joe Cox, and now David Amess. 3 deaths. Countless MPs threatened verbally and physically in other ways. And this isn't about saying MPs are precious and set apart from anyone else who's precious and dealing with the public eye. I stress that. But this is about our democracy as much as, first and foremost, it's about a good man being murdered and his family. That's first and foremost what it's about, of course. But it is about our democracy as well. If this happens because of politics, and again, I say if, because an investigation is ongoing, but the location of it would intimate that it was, that we have to take stock here. We have to take stock here and ask ourselves about our country and our politics and our politicians. And it's so easy to berate people, politicians, or anybody else you choose to berate. It's so easy to do, but it's dangerous to do. I was talking earlier on to Andrew Pearce about, yes, we want robust politics. Yes, we want scrappy politics. Yes, it's okay to take chunks out of a political opponent, but in the right way. In the right way. And I think we're travelling on a dangerous road here. Some are travelling on a dangerous road. It doesn't mean everybody is. But if enough do, you change the road. That's what I'm saying. Ian Dale joins me, LBC's presenter. We spoke to you earlier on, Ian, when you'd first been told about this. Just awful, awful news.
Well, it's the worst news possible. I think when we knew that he was still being tended to in the church and that he hadn't been taken to hospital, I think people drew a lot of conclusions from that, and sadly that's come true. It's unthinkable. You and I were on air the day that Joe Cox was murdered. And I didn't know Jo Cox. I'd never met her. But I remember talking to Stephen Kinnock, who shared an office with her, and he was beyond some help. He was so upset, as was everybody. And now we're having a repeat of that. And everything you said there, I totally agree with. It's got to be. I mean, people will say, well, these things don't happen very often. Well, this is 2 MPs who've been murdered within 5 years of each other. And if the House of Commons authorities, if the police don't feel that this is time for some sort of reset, as you put it, when it is, both Jo Cox and David Amess were the best of MPs. They were brilliant constituency MPs. They really cared about their constituents. And I know it sounds a trite thing to say, but most MPs do. We often hear about the bad ones, but the ones that bring politics into disrepute, we don't hear much about the good ones, the ones that really care about their constituencies. David Amess has been in Parliament since 1983. See, I'm still talking about it in the present tense. He was a brilliant campaigner. He really dedicated his life to helping people. And I saw him at the conference. We had a nice chat. Little did I think that on the day that I was supposed to be meeting him and speaking to his constituency association tonight in Southend, that something like this could happen. It would never have occurred to me. Why would it?
I know.
It's just awful.
Well, if his constituents are listening and want to call, if they, about the interaction and communication they ever had with him, and perhaps him helping them, that would be a lovely thing to hear. A tweet has come in, Ian, from Nadeem Zahawi. Saying, rest in peace, Sir David, you were a champion for animal welfare, the less fortunate, and the people of Southend West. You will be missed by many. Talk a little about him. There's an awful lot of photos coming up on screen in front of me here of him with animals and smiling broadly and dogs and what have you. Tell me a little about the work that you know of what he did.
Well, he was a great campaigner. If he believed in a cause, he would fight to the bitter end to get his way. And he's got many successes in terms of bringing in laws, particularly on animal welfare. And any MP will tell you that they get more letters on animal welfare than anything else across a year. And he was a doughty fighter for animal welfare. And it's not a glamorous thing to do. You don't get thanks from the animals for what you do to help them. But it was one cause that he really believed in. And he's quite a religious person. He's a great friend of Anne Widdecombe. And she will be in absolute bits this afternoon because they were, in the nicest possible way, as thick as thieves. And they agreed on an awful lot. And I remember, I think I said to you before, about 5 or 6 months ago, I did an hour-long interview with him for my All Talk podcast. And he absolutely loved it because he's like most politicians. They don't enjoy the 4 or 5 minute interviews that you and I do with them because they know that they're going to just say one thing and they'll say right regardless of what you or I ask them. He just regarded it almost as sort of being set free to have an hour to talk about things that he wanted to talk about. And it wasn't a political interview. It was all about how politics works, Parliament, and the book that he wrote. And I've got 10 copies of his book on my shelves that I was going to take down for him to sign. Well, that's not going to happen now.
No. Tracy Crouch, the MP, has tweeted, this will chime with you, I think, Ian. She says, I could write reams on how Sir David was one of the kindest, most compassionate, well-liked colleagues in Parliament, but I can't. I feel sick. I am lost. I suspect a lot of MPs and anyone actually with close connections to Parliament of one form or another will be feeling sick too about this.
Yes. Next Thursday, I'm going to James Brokenshire's funeral. James, as all your listeners will know, was a regular on LBC. He absolutely loved LBC. I think he'd have loved to have been a presenter on LBC. Well, he was taken from us at the age of 53, far too early. But you kind of accept that there will be people who get
sick and
terminal diseases, and that is the stuff of life, I'm afraid. It's tragic, but it happens. This, on the other hand, should not be the stuff of life.
No, it should not.
We don't know what the motives were. We don't know who this man is. People will speculate all they like, but it is unfathomable how somebody could go into a religious building like that and commit that act of murder.
It is. We need to be cautious about the language. Myself included, I've used it too, simply because a murder investigation is now underway. Ian, thank you so much for talking to me today. Ian Dale, LBC's presenter, and so many MPs, both Conservative and Labour, and every political hue responding to this in the way that you would imagine. David Davis, the MP, has said that security for MPs needs to be beefed up after the stabbing of Sir David Amess. And again, I think this inevitably will be a conversation that is resumed. It was had in the days and weeks and months after Joe Cox was murdered. It's been had in the years since that event because of the threats that we hear and see so often to MPs and other people in the public eye. But what do you do? I mean, you know, if you were listening earlier in my conversation with Dominic Grieve, we've seen, think of the examples where we now have screens between us and another person, whether it's at the bank or, at the GP receptionist, or some do, some don't, in my experience. Even some banks don't. But we've seen, on buses, drivers now have that protection in the cab. We've seen life change and go in this direction. And, we've seen that awful terror attack, the bow and arrow attack in Norway in the last couple of days. I covered the story after Anders Breivik killed all those beautiful young people on Utøya Island and set off a bomb in central Oslo as well. I covered that story. And the Norwegian response to that was, no, we are not going the way of London. The years of the IRA's terror campaign has changed our cities, changed our train stations, changed how we go about our business. The tannoy, see it, say it, sort it, whatever it is. We live with that terror now, don't we, in the background? But I remember the Norwegian reaction was absolutely not. We are not going down that route. And I think, I suspect that the feeling amongst MPs will be just as vehement. That yes, review security, yes, assess your security. That's something all of us need to do going about our business in some ways, isn't it? We all assess how safe or not our house is from burglary, from attack, from intrusion. So yes, I'm not saying don't do anything, but what do you do if your job is vocational in that way? Similar for priests, health workers, teachers. We know there are some very disturbed children in our country. We know that some schools do have scanner equipment for knives because things have got so bad where they are. But we know that every one of them would rather not. There's certainly more security at Westminster itself at the moment, but what do we do in constituencies? What do we do when the MP leaves Westminster to go to his or her constituency? Give them a bodyguard? Probably not. A determined attacker, such as we've seen today, a determined attacker will probably find a way, unless you're talking about royal levels of protection. It's incredibly worrying. I think we've crossed a line. Well, we crossed a line, of course, when Joe Cox was murdered, but something about this happening again so soon afterwards means we should be very much on alert about where we're headed as how we engage with each other. Rachel Venables is with me again, LBC's correspondent. You've been keeping your eyes online, Rachel, to see reaction to this now dreadful, even more dreadful news that the MP has died.
Yeah, it's horrendous, Sheila, to be honest, to see how we went from talking about politicians of all colours being united in praying for the best, in holding on for any update that might have been good news, and then now united in horror and grief, and the tributes have been coming in thick and fast, really, a combination of just stunned disbelief, real upset and grief, and also people talking about Sir David Amess as a brilliant man, a brilliant politician. People who knew him are the ones who seem to be, I think, particularly touched by this. But there have been tributes from MPs and politicians who've talked about never having known him, but always having respected him, having respected what he was known for, and really just sharing their love and sympathies to his family, his friends, his loved ones, and his colleagues as well, that particularly those who would have been with him in those final horrendous moments. I'll go through some of the tributes now from the likes of people on his side, on the Conservatives. Elliot Coburn MP for Carshalton and Wallington, he said, "Rest in peace, Sir David. He was an incredibly kind man. I'll never forget just how friendly he was to me. I'm utterly heartbroken and shocked that this has happened. My thoughts are with his family, his friends and his staff." Tracy Crouch as well, Conservative MP for Chatham and Aylesford, saying, "Heartbroken. I could write reams on how Sir David was one of the kindest, most compassionate, well-liked colleagues in Parliament, but I can't. I feel sick. I am lost." rest in peace. A little light went out in Parliament today. We will miss you. We've also had a statement out from Carrie Johnson. As far as I'm aware, we're still waiting to hear from the Prime Minister, whose reaction to this will have to, of course, be that much more measured. I'm sure he's been getting regular updates, but his wife, Carrie, saying absolutely devastating news about Sir David Amess. He was a hugely kind and good man, an enormous animal lover and a true gent. She says this is so completely unjust. My thoughts are with his wife and their children. And Brandon Lewis as well, Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, Member of Parliament for Great Yarmouth. He says he knew David both from his days as a councillor in Essex and as a fellow MP, one of life's truly nice people, a gentleman who was always ready to give his help to anyone who needed it. So shocked and saddened by this awful news. My thoughts are with his family and loved ones. And Nicola Sturgeon as well, I'll leave you with her words, awful beyond words. She said her thoughts and deepest condolences are with his family. And then she goes on to talk about the feelings for wider elected representatives, who she says will be united in sadness and shock today. In a democracy, politicians must be accessible and open to scrutiny, but no one deserves to have their life taken while working for and representing their constituents. And I think that is where this conversation will turn, as you have already been touching on, about the safety risks for MPs and the way they will now feel about going to their jobs.
Thank you, Rachel Venables, LBC's correspondent. Those warm words are coming through from his constituents as well. This text says, I don't want to call. It's from a constituent of Sir David. I don't want to call as I feel sick and upset. He was a wonderful MP, always smiling, always turned up to local events. The local carnival in Lee. He had his own float, says this texter. Gallery openings, schools, even the children knew and loved him. I had no idea about our MP when I was that age. My 16-year-old daughter could see the helicopter and just got home from school, very upset. This is a constituent of Sir David's. Some more coming in, really nice memories. I remember meeting David when he was MP for Basildon. I was only a child. He was brilliant with us, and he was the first person who got me interested in politics. Such a sad day. Rest in peace, Sir David. That's from Abby in Essex. I'll keep reading these because they're coming in. Philip says, I met Sir David Amess at the Oxford Union years ago. He was the kindest of MPs, very approachable, no arrogance at all. That's from David. And this text, just one more for now, says he was a campaigner for awareness of the condition endometriosis. I did not know that. He made me feel a bit better in myself, knowing that someone noticed us as we were afflicted. I'm sad and angry, and I've only heard him mentioned a couple of times, and each time I noted that he actually cared. I'm not a constituent of his or a Conservative, but just wanted to text in. That's very kind of you to do so. Thanks very much indeed. If you are a constituent of Sir David Amess and want to send in your thoughts, please feel free to do so. Stuart MacDonald, the SNP MP, has said, expressing the horror that we all feel, he was a gent, always on hand to help and give advice to younger MPs with good humour. Also a successor to the late Teddy Taylor, who David put me in touch with after I mentioned Teddy in my maiden speech, says Stuart MacDonald. Matthew Thompson joins me, LBC's correspondent, who's at the scene now. Matthew, what can you see?
Sheila, there are dozens of police cars and police officers here outside the Methodist Church where Sir David Amess was holding his constituency surgery, and a large police cordon has been set up around the area, basically locking off the church itself for several hundred metres on either side. And there we're now getting hordes really of media starting to gather. As you can imagine, this is a story that will rock the entire nation, just as the murder of Joe Cox rocked the entire nation several years ago. So there is frenetic media activity, though I have to say at the church itself, in terms of police activity, things look quite calm, quite quiet at the moment. The air ambulance that was here earlier has now gone. There aren't ambulances outside the church any longer. It's all just police cars. But there, as I say, dozens of officers slowly walking in and out of the church itself. And I think that's perhaps a reflection of what Essex Police has said already publicly today, that they have got someone in custody, a 25-year-old man on...
Lost that line to Matthew, which is a shame. There'll be an awful lot of activity around there at the moment, which may be interfering. Thanks for now, Matthew. We'll get back to you as soon as we can. LBC's correspondent at the scene there. Let me just tell you a little more if you are just joining us, about the Conservative MP, Sir David Amess, who has been stabbed to death at his constituency surgery today, which was taking place in a Methodist church in Essex, in Leigh-on-Sea. He was 69, father of 5 children, entered Parliament in 1983 as the MP for Basildon originally. He achieved, I think, what Ian was rightly describing as totemic status within the Tory party for holding the seat in 1992, but switched to nearby Southend West at the 1997 election. He was raised as a Roman Catholic, again Ian alluding to his close friendship with Anne Widdecombe, who converted to Catholicism, didn't she, some years ago. He was known politically as a social conservative and a prominent campaigner against abortion and on animal welfare issues, also known for his championing of Southend, including a long-running campaign to win city status for the town. More detail as it emerges and reaction to this dreadful news of the killing of the MP, Sir David Amess. You're listening to Sheila Fogarty on LBC. It's very nearly 3:30. Let's get some headlines now and a roundup of the day's events from Tim Humphrey.
The Conservative MP, Sir David Amess, has died after being stabbed at a constituency surgery in Essex. A 25-year-old man has been arrested on suspicion of murder. Essex police say Sir David was treated by emergency services at the scene but couldn't be saved. They're not looking for anyone else in connection with the death. Messages of sympathy and condolence have been sent in from both sides of the House. Former Labour leader Jeremy Corbyn has used social media to say nobody should be under threat doing their job. And the weather: central, northern and eastern parts will be cold and clear tonight with a chance of ground frost. Patchy low cloud elsewhere with drizzle and a low of 2 degrees in Scotland.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Sheila Fogarty.
Alan Lockie has tweeted to say, and I echo this sentiment completely, which is why I'm reading it. He says 2 people in 5 years being killed carrying out their work is a lot when the sample size is 650 MPs. I hope nobody tries to gloss over this. Don't forget Nigel Jones's aide. That was in 2000, wasn't it? Or the attempted murder of Stephen Timms as well, which we alluded to earlier on. Enough is enough. More protection is needed. That's a common theme on Twitter amongst people, not just people in politics, but people just tweeting more generally. Again, the degree to which MP security increases, the manner of that is certainly still very much up for discussion amongst them, I would guess as well. Paula Sheriff joins me, former Labour MP for Dewsbury, former member of the Commons Health Select Committee. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon.
Your thoughts on this really bone-shaking news, isn't it?
I'm utterly devastated. I considered David to be a good friend, and we kept in touch even after I'd left Parliament, and he was a great support to me when I was diagnosed with cancer shortly after leaving Parliament. And just 2 weeks ago, I got a message from him asking if I wanted to meet for a drink in Manchester when he was at party conference. And oh God, I so regret not going.
Oh, couldn't you go?
His humour was phenomenal. But he was kind. He was so kind. And I mean, politically, obviously, we didn't have that much in common, but actually, we had lots in common otherwise, if that makes sense.
It makes complete sense, Paula. Isn't part of the problem that we have in our politics at the moment, and I don't just mean in Westminster, is that should be normal, that you can have a drink and a friendship and a connection to a person who doesn't agree with you politically. Of course, that should be normal.
He was a devout Catholic, and he was a family man. I can't believe I'm talking about him in the past tense. I loved him. I just truly, I got to know him when we went on a foreign trip to the Middle East, and I hadn't really had a great deal to do with him before that. And we went, and to be honest, when I first saw his name on the list, I didn't think much. I just thought, oh, and sort of, another Tory. And we went, and my goodness, we laughed, we bonded, and to this day, just recently, we've talked about that trip because it was he made it. He was the best companion. I'm not just saying that because he's passed. He was a wonderful man.
I'm so sorry. You've lost a friend, haven't you?
Yeah, I've lost a friend. In the cruelest way, to think somebody murdered him. Oh, well, that's what we think, obviously.
An investigation is underway, but he's certainly been killed in a violent way, that we can say.
And I just, it's a huge loss to his family, but to his constituents as well. He was an assiduous MP, and I always remember him standing up and asking about when Southend could be made a city. I think he was quite famous for that. But he was just wonderful, and he told me. I'll just tell you this little anecdote. So when I lost my seat, obviously I was devastated, and he rang me up a couple of weeks later, and he said, "I've met your successor." I said, "Oh, okay." And he said, "I introduced myself. I went up and said, 'Oh, I'm David Amess.' He says, and I told him Paula was a good friend of mine, and she's a very hard act to follow."
Oh, big shoes to fill. Big shoes to fill. He sounds. So
that was really comforting.
Yes, yes, that you hadn't been forgotten quickly.
No, and he didn't forget me. He sent me flowers when I was diagnosed with breast cancer, because I know his wife had previously had breast cancer, so he had a good idea of what was to follow in terms of my treatment. But we kept in touch, and there was lots of love there, and we never really talked about politics, because we had quite different views on a lot of things. It's fair to say, but our friendship was deeper.
Save it for the chamber, hey? Save it for the chamber.
Absolutely, yeah.
You're painting a lovely picture of a man here, and I think it's really important that we hear that. But you said yourself, before you knew him, you had that political thing of, I've got to go on a trip with a Tory. I mean, that's human. That's only human. I'm not taking a chunk out of you for that. But there's something to learn in that, isn't there? And I remember thinking on the dreadful day that Jo Cox was murdered, when senior Tory figures came forward and talked about the friendship that they had with her. That's what I think as voters, we need to see that more.
Yeah, you're probably right, because there's just so much acrimony, isn't there? When you think about it, it's sort of, and the chamber's very much a theatre where, you cannot shout at each other, and it's all a bit shouty, but actually behind the scenes, there is more camaraderie than you'd probably realise. Not always, but there is a lot of work gets done on a cross-party basis, but most of it is, like I say, it's kind of out of the chamber. I think, all of us on all sides of the house were a bit, now particularly interested in getting clips for social media. But, oh my goodness, I mean, this is just the worst news. I mean, if there was any Tory MP, if there was anybody, I wouldn't ever want
it to happen to anybody. But
no, no, God, absolutely not. I mean, I would never condone any sort of violence, but not. I mean, David, just it's quite hard. It's quite hard to take in, actually.
I can hear that.
And to be honest, and it brings back memories of Jo.
Yeah.
But in the future, there are further questions out and around MP security.
Well, I was going to come on to that with you, because
from here.
Well, in the months after Jo Cox was murdered, in the months after that, tell me what conversations happened in Parliament and between MPs, because I guess they're going to happen again, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot, as you would imagine, and there was just an outpouring of emotion, and I'm sure that will happen again. I mean, David Amess had been an MP for, I think, since 1983, so it's just a huge length of time, and he undoubtedly touched so many people's lives, in terms of, I remember I had a particular interest in women's health, and he set up an all-party parliamentary group on endometriosis, which a lot of people wouldn't have expected a man in his 60s to do. Do you know what I mean? And I remember going to those meetings with him, but in turn, going back to the issue about security, I think there was an acceptance that things had to change, but unfortunately, it got worse. I mean, maybe it's for another show, I don't know, but my experience of getting death threats and how the police dealt with it was horrific. I mean, absolutely horrific. And I'm not suggesting, we don't know yet if the circumstances in which Sir David has died, whether it was somebody who was potentially known to police or what, we don't know that yet. But but we need to do more to keep our, MPs want to be out there with their constituents. They want to be engaging. They want to be listening. They want to be, participating. But 2 MPs have died in 5 years in tragic circumstances.
Violent circumstances.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And it pains me to think of anybody doing that to Sir David. He was a gentleman in the true sense. I mean, he epitomised, the word gentleman.
And I can hear that in everything you tell me, and his constituents texting me and telling me as well. And Paula, the question of security, the question of the role of MPs, it's so about people, isn't it? It is a people business first and foremost.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's incredibly difficult to know what to do about this, isn't it? Because there are other people who aren't MPs who are in the people business as well, who don't get security too. It's a difficult one, isn't it, to call?
It's become so. I don't know, MPs, have become such almost like figures of hate. I know when I challenged Boris Johnson shortly before the 2019 general election in a rather emotive manner in the chamber of the House of Commons, after that, I received thousands of emails, and it was split roughly 50-50. There was one, I'll never forget, and it said, "I hope my granddaughters grow up to be just like you," and that was incredibly moving. But the amount of threats I got, was just beyond the pale. It was horrendous. And
can I
somehow
ask you
people
about
think we're fair game.
Well, I mean, I mentioned just yesterday when we were talking about online safety and online attacks. Can't remember the context now, but that it was about how you cope with. Aggressive attention is what we were talking about, and naturally online, as a person who's on the radio every day, and I think especially as a woman who's on the radio every day, I get all kinds of stuff thrown at me that's unpleasant. Imagine, But I do what all people online do when you try and weed it out and mute and block and all the rest of it. But I a small voice in the back of my mind, tiny because you couldn't function if it wasn't tiny, asks. Is that all just mouth and no trousers, that stuff, or should I be more worried? And I think with MPs in mind, I think that's the question, isn't it? Where do we draw the line?
And I think, if I can be entirely honest, I think Joe's murder changed things, because I think prior to that, we were a little bit more lax about security, and thinking that, like you say, it was somebody sitting in his mum's spare room at
just
home,
mouthing off
in his underpants eating a pot noodle, and actually the reality after Joe was killed was that there are people out there who do want to do us harm. I'm not entirely sure what the answer is. If
I don't think any of us are really.
I don't think anybody would like the concept of having to do advice surgeries with an armed policeman outside. But is that what it's coming to? Because my mum rang me this afternoon. She said, "Have you heard about that MP?" And obviously my mum didn't know that I knew him well, and that we were friends. And my mum said, "Thank God you're not doing that anymore." Well,
I wanted to ask you, would you go back into mainstream politics, Paula?
In a heartbeat. In a heartbeat.
Good woman.
You know what? Because as much as today is an awful day. I mean, I'm truly devastated. But that said, I still believe in the power of politics to do good things.
Well, thank you so much.
I really do.
I can hear that you do. Thank you very much for talking to us, Paula. And again, I'm so sorry that you have clearly lost somebody, as you've said in your own words, you loved him very much. Thank you, Paula. Paula Sheriff, former Labour MP for Dewsbury, former member of the Parliamentary Health Select Committee, and a close friend, a good friend of Sir David Amess. Let me just read this text from former Prime Minister David Cameron. This is the most devastating, horrific, tragic news. David Amess was a kind and thoroughly decent man. He was the most committed MP you could ever hope to meet. Words cannot adequately express the horror of what has happened today. Right now, my heart goes out to David's family. We can go back to the scene of this dreadful crime. Matthew Thompson, LBC's correspondent, is there. Matthew.
Sheila, phrases like the shock is palpable are perhaps overused in journalism, but I think that is absolutely the case here at the scene in Leigh-on-Sea. There is a sort of strangely subdued atmosphere at the police cordon. There are shell-shocked constituents, Conservative Party members who've turned up to express their absolute shock and horror at what has happened just metres from where I stand to you now. The police cordon has been put in place for several hundred metres on either side of the Methodist church in which this tragedy occurred. We can't get anywhere near it. It's still heavily guarded by perhaps a dozen or so police officers. There are 6 or 7 police cars here on the scene as well, but the air ambulance that was called has now taken off and disappeared, as have any other ambulances that were called to the scene. And really it's now a question of media turning up in their hordes, and there are now lots and lots of cameras being set up around me as I speak, and I think the fact that it has remained so quiet and calm, Sheila, is perhaps a reflection of what Essex Police have already been saying this morning, which is that although a 25-year-old man was quickly arrested on the scene on suspicion of Sir David's murder, a knife was recovered. The police are not looking for anyone else in connection with this incident, so there is no sense in which this is still a live and active scene. There is no danger here to speak of. It is just a question of dealing with the grisly reality on the inside of that Methodist church, I suppose, and the community reeling from it, frankly. And I have to say that
the country reeling from it.
Well, indeed, the country reeling from it, and not for the first time, as you've been hearing. Not for the first time. You know, this just brings immediately to mind, you know, Joe Cox, who was killed in such tragically similar circumstances in 2016, or the many other MPs, Stephen Timms, Nigel Jones, who have suffered attacks when they are making themselves available,
Nigel Jones,
as all MPs do.
Killed in the process.
And indeed, Andrew Pennington, Nigel Jones' assistant, who gave his life to protect Nigel Jones back in the year 2000. And, you know, it is in some ways a testament to the quiet heroism of this country's MPs, that they do continue to make themselves available to the general public on a weekly basis in the knowledge that these things can happen.
But to many that I've spoken to, and again, this news will have to settle, I think, before people decide what they think about the security angle on it. But it is, to many, it is unthinkable that their job should be at a distance from the public. And I think that's, thank you, Matthew, I think that is going to be the question. For, not just for MPs, but for all of us, for the sake of MPs. David Davis joins me, Conservative MP for Halton Price and Howden. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon.
I am so sorry for the loss of your colleague and I presume friend, David.
Yes, he is. He was. All of us send our thoughts and prayers to his family and his friends and his assistants, who I assume must have been there at the time this tragedy happened. It's why does this happen to the most decent people? Because that's what he was. I mean, if you just want to pick 2 words to describe David, kind and decent will be them.
That's certainly what's coming through from text from his constituents, most of whom are too upset to talk, which again is a measure of the man. Kate Maltby, the historian and broadcaster, has tweeted about when she first met him. He talked mainly about his oldest daughter, how proud he was of her, excited for her, taking her place in the world. And she said, I wonder if the person who killed him even recognised that MPs are people with families, with normal lives. We can't go on like this. Do you echo that? We can't go on like this? Is change needed?
Well, no, I don't echo that. Look, I mean, the horrible paradox of this, I mean, we've had 4 attempts on MPs' lives now in, I guess it's about 10, 15 years. And 2 of them now successful, Joe Cox.
10 years.
But Stephen Timms was stabbed, very seriously injured. And Nigel Jones was okay himself, but I think his aide was killed.
That's right.
His assistant was killed. So 4 very serious attempts, and probably others that we've not heard about. And that's a change. I mean, I've been in Parliament for over 30 years. Now, all of them, of course, have been effectively in constituency surgery environments. The time when everybody knows you're going to be there to talk to your constituents. And one mustn't guess other people's minds, but I'm pretty sure that if anybody came up with something that distanced us from our constituents, then David himself would have been very much against it, because the keynote of his time in Parliament was his constituents. He started out with a very marginal seat. He was always known as a swing voter that decided whether or not there was a Tory government virtually, and he was always acutely conscious of his constituents. When he spoke in Parliament, 9 out of 10 times it would be about them. I mean, some people go on about, foreign policy, economic policy, whatever. David, it was his constituents, and his constituents were always in front of his mind.
Every time, yeah.
And he would have been very loath to see changes which distance us from them. That's the point. I mean, there may be things we can do on security.
Yes, that mitigate danger, but don't distance you. Yeah.
But you can't put a barrier between members of Parliament and their constituents. It just isn't. It won't allow us to do the job. It wouldn't have allowed David to be who David was.
And of course, the constituency isn't the only place that you will meet people who may disagree with you politically. That's just the truth of it, isn't it? And ask anyone who works in the health service or in teaching in some parts of the country. The reality is human beings are dangers to each other sometimes, and depending on the job you do, those opportunities can be more acute.
Yeah, I wonder sometimes this 4 in just over 10 years or whatever the time is a change. I mean, the first 30 years in Parliament for me, so the first 20 of my 30-odd years in Parliament for me, and incidentally for David, there were risks to parliamentarians, but they tended to come from terrorists. I was on a death list for, I think, just short of 10 years. They weren't from the people around you. Indeed, I walk down the street, I'm easily recognised. I get people coming up and saying hello 10 times a day, more.
Do you get people coming up and saying less pleasant things than hello?
No, not really.
That's good.
Not really. I don't anyway. I mean, some may, but I'm lucky. But and David certainly wouldn't have. I mean, he'd go to him in his constituency, and everybody viewed him like their brother or father, So, on one level, it's actually a very pleasant contact. It's what makes you what you are. But this is a new sort of threat. You can actually do something about a terrorist threat. Not an awful lot, but you can do something.
Yeah.
But it's a new sort of threat, and I don't know where it's coming from. Maybe it's the sheer ferocity of argument in the Twitter age and so on. Where people get carried away, I don't know.
Can I ask you about politicians, and I'll throw journalists into the mix for this one as well, because between us, we are the people who, we're not the only route to it, but we're a big route to it. We are the people who communicate the political arguments of the day in many ways. And you are in your way, I am in my way, in conversations that I have with you and others. But what's our responsibility in this? And by our, I mean everybody's responsibility in this, because if, and there's a lot to be dug down into here, but if the caliber of our conversations even contributes one iota to an endangering of the mood, then that's not good, is it? So I wonder whether all of us need to look at ourselves here, both inside politics and journalism and outside, about how we engage with people.
Well, up to a point. I mean, I try very hard not to be discourteous to people, just to keep the argument civilised and about the subject. But
you want it to be robust and sparky.
Yeah, but it's got to be robust. When I debate in the House of Commons, I hope my opponents don't think it's an easy ride.
Yeah. You want to leave them metaphorically on the floor, don't you? Yes.
Yeah, not literally, and not actually emotionally either. Actually, because there has grown. I mean, it's always been there. I mean, we shouldn't be prissy about this. I mean, the ferocious debate in politics has always been there. Look back at the the cartoons of the 18th century. They were unbelievably rude and vicious, and one presumes it reflects indeed it did reflect some of the debates took place. But what's changed in the last decade or so, and I think I put a lot of it down to social media, is the sort of acidity of the debate. People getting, we saw it in the Brexit debate, the ferocity of personal animosity was quite beyond what I'd experienced before. And so I don't know how much it comes from that, how much it comes from maybe it is partly the greater exposure of MPs. I mean, I think in truth we probably are amongst the people more than maybe the previous generation was.
Well, listen, thank you so much for talking to me today, David Davis, a Conservative MP for Halton Price and Howden. A difficult day for all MPs, but perhaps especially Conservative MPs. But I did speak earlier on to former Labour MP Paula Sheriff, who spoke. I'm going to play a little more of it for you. She spoke very movingly and warmly about Sir David Amess. Have a listen.
I'm utterly devastated. I considered David to be a good friend, and we kept in touch even after I'd left Parliament, and he was a great support to me when I was diagnosed with cancer shortly after leaving Parliament. And just 2 weeks ago, I got a message from him asking if I wanted to meet for a drink in Manchester when he was at Party Conference. And I gotta say, regret not going.
Didn't you go?
His humour was phenomenal. But he was kind. He was so kind. And I mean, politically, obviously, we didn't have that much in common, but actually, we had lots in common otherwise, if that makes sense.
It makes complete sense, Paula. Isn't part of the problem that we have in our politics at the moment, and I don't just mean in Westminster, is that should be normal, that you can have a drink and a friendship and a connection to a person who doesn't agree with you politically. Of course, that should be normal.
He was a devout Catholic, and he was a family man. I can't believe I'm talking about him in the past tense. I loved him. I just truly, I got to know him when we went on a foreign trip to the Middle East, and I hadn't really had a great deal to do with him before that. And we went, and to be honest, when I first saw his name on the list, I didn't think much. I just thought I was sort of another Tory. And we went, and my goodness, we laughed, we bonded, and to this day, just recently, we've talked about that trip because it was he made it. He was the best companion. I'm not just saying that because he's passed. He was a wonderful man.
I'm so sorry. You've lost a friend, haven't you?
Yeah. I've lost a friend.
That's Paula Sheriff, former Labour MP. Her emotion speaks for itself. Stephen Cottrell, the Archbishop of York, has issued a statement. I had the great honour of calling David Amess a friend when I was Bishop of Chelmsford. He was the MP for the constituency I grew up in. Not only did he always faithfully serve those people in that place, but had a particular concern for the Christian community, born of his own deeply held Christian faith as a member of the Roman Catholic community. It is shocking that someone so dedicated to that community and to public service was the victim of such violence as he went about his elected duty. It is hard to make sense of the horror of what has happened this afternoon, but he and his family and those he loves are in my prayers. Well, we're going to finish with some words from Sir David Amess himself. Earlier on this year, Sir David spoke to Ian Dale on his All Talk podcast about his political career. Eddie Mair will join you in just a moment, but here, just for a couple of minutes, you can hear him speaking about what it was like when he was first elected back in 1983.
When you first got into Parliament, was there a bit of imposter syndrome there? You sort of thought, what's a boy from the East End of London doing in a place like this?
Well, one Conservative colleague looked at me and asked me would I pair with him. So he thought I was Labour. I had longish hair then.
You did, yes.
And I feel inadequate and inferior because I was so in awe of the place. I did inwardly, I didn't show, I was worried whether I would be able to cope with it, whether I was good enough, because there were so many colleagues there who were so eloquent. I thought highly intelligent, although, of course, as time wore on, I began to doubt whether they're so highly intelligent, because you can be intelligent, can't you, Ian? But if you haven't got any common sense, then you're struggling a bit. So I did feel inadequate, but then, of course, because there was a big intake, I looked at a number of my colleagues and I thought, well, hang on, you're a bit rough as well. So, I'm in good company.
And there was a lot of competition among the new MPs in that intake on the Conservative benches, because if you are part of a large intake, and I think the 2010 intake was a bit the same, it's very competitive. You want to sort of make sure that the media notice you, that the Prime Minister notices you. And it seemed to me at the time to be a bit of a race between Michael Howard and Edwina Curry as to who was going to be the first for that intake to be made a minister.
Yeah, you see, I wasn't part of any of that because I didn't have connections. I knew one or two MPs, but I didn't have any connections, so I wasn't expecting anything. So this pushiness and trying to shine in front of the media, I wasn't aware of it initially, but my goodness, I was eventually.
Thanks, Sheila. It's 4 o'clock. The Conservative MP, Sir David Amess, has been stabbed to death at his constituency surgery.
It was just completely and utterly swamped by police. Looked in the building and then got told to leave the area. And at that point, obviously, we knew something serious was happening.
It's the worst news possible. This is two MPs who've been murdered within 5 years of each other. And if the House of Commons authorities, if the police don't feel that this is time for some sort of reset, when it is.
I just can't believe it. How anybody could harm a kind man like David, I don't know. Words can't say. I cannot understand how anybody could be so wicked and cruel.
David was a great family man, a great local constituency MP, somebody who cared deeply about Essex, and somebody who was very open and very good company.
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 4 o'clock. The Conservative MP, Sir David Amess, has died after being stabbed as he met with constituents in Essex. The 69-year-old was attacked at Belfair's Methodist Church in Leigh-on-Sea. Emergency services treated him at the scene but were unable to save him. Police have arrested a 25-year-old man on suspicion of murder and say they're not looking for anyone else. Our correspondent Matthew Thompson is in Leigh-on-Sea.
There is frenetic media activity, though I have to say, at the church itself. In terms of police activity, things look quite calm, quite quiet at the moment. The air ambulance that was here earlier has now gone. There aren't ambulances outside the church any longer. It's all just police cars, but there, as I say, dozens of officers.
Former MP and colleague David Mellor says constituency surgeries are a vital part of British political life.
And I think there's no way, really, that you can make MPs safe, because an MP has to meet his constituents. And certainly in the nearly 20 years that I was an MP, for me, it was one of the joys of the job.
Judith Canham is deputy chair of the local Conservative club in Leigh-on-Sea and was due to see Sir David tonight.
I just can't believe it. I burst into tears as soon as I heard, because we do love him dearly. Nobody's perfect in life, but he's as near perfect as it's been possible as a constituency member of Parliament.
Sir David was first elected to Parliament in 1983. He had 5 children. Messages of condolence have been sent from politicians across the House, among them former MP and Conservative chairman Lord Pickles.
As a man, he was enormously good company. He cared passionately about a number of issues, particularly animal welfare. He was somebody that really knew how the system operated to get things done for his constituency.
Former Conservative Prime Minister David Cameron called it the most devastating, horrific and tragic news. He says David Amess was a kind and thoroughly decent man, and he was the most committed MP you could ever hope to meet. In the city a short time ago, the FTSE 100 was trading up 31 points at 72.39. The pound buys $1.37 and €1.18. And the weather, central, northern and eastern parts, cold and clear tonight with the chance of ground frost. Patchy low cloud elsewhere with drizzle, a low of 2 in Scotland. A foggy start in the southwest, but most places fine and dry tomorrow, although Northern Ireland and western Scotland will become wet and windy. A high of 16. From Global's newsroom, I'm Tim Humphrey.
This is LBC. From Global, leading Britain's conversation with Eddie Mair.
In January 2000, Andy Pennington, an assistant to the Liberal Democrat MP Nigel Jones, was stabbed to death. An attacker stormed the constituency office in Cheltenham and stabbed Andy Pennington with a sword as he tried to protect the MP. On May the 14th, 2010, the Labour MP for East Ham, Stephen Timms, was stabbed during his constituency surgery. The woman responsible for the attempted murder was jailed for life with a minimum term of 15 years. On June the 16th, 2016, the Labour MP Jo Cox was murdered as she went to meet her constituents at her regular surgery in West Yorkshire. She was shot and stabbed multiple times. The perpetrator will not be released from prison. 3 days ago, the Conservative MP for Southend West, Sir David Amess, announced this on Twitter. My next constituency surgery will be taking place on Friday the 15th of October at Belfair's Methodist Church, 251 Eastwood Road North, Leigh-on-Sea, SS9 4NG. To book an appointment, please email. And there was an email address and telephone number. This afternoon, just after midday, Essex police were called to reports of a stabbing in Leigh-on-Sea. Sir David Amess was attacked in his constituency surgery, which was being held at Belfair's Methodist Church. A man was arrested and police said they weren't looking for anyone else in connection with the incident. A Conservative councillor, John Lamb, was at the scene and told Essex Echo, "I was indoors when I got a phone call just before midday about this. I'm so shocked. At the moment, all we know is that David has been stabbed several times. He is still at the church and they won't let us go in to see him. It does look very serious. I'm just outside by the police cordon, but at the moment nobody can go in and nobody knows how he is." Anthony called LBC to speak to Sheila. He was working next door to the church.
As I pulled up to go see a client of ours, there was a lady outside sounding distress on the phone, saying that you need to get here quick. I thought nothing of it. I've walked into the property, looked at what I needed to do, and then within a minute I've gone back out to my vehicle to go get some stuff, and that's when it was just completely and utterly swamped by police, ambulance, armed police. Could see an air ambulance hovering over top of us, thinking, well, what the hell's gone on here? Looked in the building, obviously I saw the David Amess sign saying here today, and then I saw someone get taken out of the building, put into the back of a police car, and then got told to leave the area. And at that point, obviously, we knew something serious has happened. And then within, I don't know, say 5 minutes, then we got informed by someone that was in the building what had actually happened. And apparently he's stabbed quite a few times. And they're trying to fight for his life as we speak.
Did you see the air ambulance take off with a patient in it?
No, there's been no patient being taken away from the building as we speak. He's still in there, from what I can see.
Even by ambulance?
Yeah. They're trying to save his life, I think, at the moment.
Well, let's not... I mean, I don't doubt that they're trying to give him as much support as they can. I mean, we don't yet know, do we, the detail of the injuries. Let's not speculate on that. But my goodness, Anthony, that's quite a shock, isn't it? I mean, we've all experienced something like it when we hear the sirens or, and it's an alarming moment, isn't it?
Yeah, it is very distressing, that's for sure. Very distressing.
And what do you make of... The numbers of... Just describe the area and the numbers of people around the building and the type of building that it is.
I mean, it's a nice area. It's a nice area in Leigh-on-Sea. It's nothing that you think would happen around this area, that's for sure. It's just a residential street with a Methodist church on the road. And, you don't often hear things going on like this down this way. But to have it next door to where you're working is obviously very upsetting and very unlike what is around here, you know. It's very odd. Yeah, it's very distressing, that's for sure.
Anthony, talking to Sheila earlier. Just after 3 o'clock, just over an hour ago, Essex Police issued a statement. It read, "A man has been arrested on suspicion of murder after a man was stabbed in Leigh-on-Sea. We were called to an address in Eastwood Road North shortly after 12:05 p.m. We attended and found a man injured. He was treated by emergency services but sadly died at the scene. A 25-year-old man was quickly arrested after officers arrived at the scene on suspicion of murder and a knife was recovered. He is currently in custody. We're not looking for anyone else in connection with this incident." Reporting for LBC live from the scene, our correspondent Matthew Thompson.
Eddie, phrases like "the shock is palpable" are, I think, perhaps overused in journalism, but that is genuinely the best way I can describe the atmosphere here at the scene. It is sombre, it's subdued in the aftermath of such a tragedy. Sir David Amess, the Conservative MP of 38 years, 69 years old, a father and 5, was killed at a constituency surgery just metres from where I speak to you now. In the last few minutes, hazmat suited forensics officers, blue and white suited forensics officers have turned up to the scene, but the police presence has actually been dwindling over the last half an hour or so. Initially there was, as you can imagine, an intense emergency service response, including an air ambulance, a number of ambulances, perhaps 6 or 7 police cars, and those are now slowly dissipating from the scene. There are now still perhaps half a dozen or so officers visible patrolling the police cordon, but there are now many more journalists, as you can probably imagine, as the nation reels from the shock of this, who are turning up to the scene. And there have also been, throughout the last hour or so, a number of shell-shocked constituents, friends of Sir David, Conservative Party members who've turned up to pay their respects and also to express their utter disbelief at exactly what has happened. As I say, all the ambulances have now disappeared, but I think the calmness almost reflects, in some ways, what the police have been saying. Essex Police have said that they turned up to the scene. They have arrested a 25-year-old man on suspicion of Sir David's murder. They have recovered a knife, but they are no longer actively looking for anyone else. So there is no sense that there is still any active danger here. It is simply a question of recovery and dealing with the national shock that will undoubtedly follow this extraordinary occurrence. It, of course, brings to mind the recent murder of Joe Cox, also killed in 2016 at a constituency surgery. East Ham MP Stephen Timms in 2010 stabbed, fortunately survived those serious injuries and is still an MP. Or indeed Nigel Jones, the MP for Cheltenham, in January 2000 attacked in his own offices by a man with a sword. And I think the fact, Eddie, that so many MPs have been attacked, or worse, as in this case, whilst simply holding their constituency surgeries, is in some ways a reminder of the quiet heroism that so many of this country's MPs display on a weekly basis to make themselves available to the general public. But questions will no doubt be asked about whether that is the way to go forward from here.
Matthew Thompson reporting live from the scene. Theo Usherwood is LBC's political editor. Theo, what are your thoughts?
In the last few moments, we've had a statement from Sir Lindsay Hoyle, the Speaker of the House of Commons, who has described Sir David Amess as a well-liked man, respected right across the political divide in Parliament. He said in the statement, Sir Lindsay, that Sir David's death has sent shockwaves right across Parliament, Westminster, and of course the wider political community. Boris Johnson, the Prime Minister, was of course chairing a regional cabinet meeting in Bristol this morning, Eddie, and following that he would usually be expected to head to his country residence, Chequers, in Buckinghamshire, but instead is now heading back to London alongside, of course, the Home Secretary, Priti Patel.
The shock is palpable. There have been many tributes to Sir David from across politics. But as we've alluded to more than once already, this is not the first time an MP has been attacked. It's not the first time an MP has been murdered. After the most recent occasion, Joe Cox, we know that security was re-examined at Westminster and in constituency surgeries. And at the time, perfectly understandably, people said, many of them MPs, look, our link to constituents is vital. It's very important that despite this horrific murder, we still have contact with our constituents. That is still, I'm sure, a commonly held view. But do you think there will be a desire for greater change now?
So if you think back to 2016, of course, the murder of Joe Cox was in Batley and Spen sent again, it reverberated right across Westminster. This was in the weeks leading up to that Brexit referendum in 2016. Of course, Stephen Timms, as Matthew Were there was mentioning, the Labour MP for East Ham was stabbed during a constituency surgery. Fridays are always traditionally a constituency day, so MPs serve in the House of Commons usually on a 3-line whip. Monday to Wednesday they're expected to turn up and vote and to speak in debates. Thursday's a slightly lighter day, and then Friday they like to dedicate to their constituents. The only business that you ever really have in the House of Commons on a Friday is private members' bills, and that's certainly not every Friday. So it's the opportunity for MPs to get back into the constituencies, speak to those voters who send them to the House of Commons to represent them. And in many ways, in the last few years especially, MPs have come to see themselves as a linchpin in the community, somebody that their voters can go and speak to, whether it's about a housing issue or any other particular issue. But also it's an opportunity for MPs, Eddie, to gauge political opinion. And often you will hear MPs say, well, actually, what they want to do is to go back and speak to their constituents about a particular issue, about issues that are particularly concerning them, whether it's whatever vote that might be that's coming up in the House of Commons. And they see those constituency surgeries as a really good opportunity to do that. And obviously there are going to be questions now about whether that can continue to happen in the current circumstances.
For now, Theo, thank you. Theo Osherwood, LBC's political editor. We'll have coverage, of course, throughout the programme, and I want you to be part of this. It's hard to know where to start, isn't it? I suppose I should ask you what your thoughts are, what your reaction is beyond horror. What needs to change, if anything? Perhaps you knew Sir David. He was, as many people have said already, and we'll hear more tributes throughout the programme, he was a highly regarded constituency MP, did a lot of work in Southend, loved the place, and it may be you had cause to come across him if you're in the area. Perhaps he helped you at a previous constituency surgery. And leaving aside his constituency, this affects all of us, doesn't it? And there's been talk already about how we talk about politics and politicians. We can talk, obviously, about security. I don't want to guide you. You just tell me what you want to say. You can call 0345 60 60 973. You can text 84850 and tweet at LBC. Our coverage continues throughout the programme. Now at 4:15, Tim Humphrey has the headlines. Good afternoon, Tim.
Good afternoon, Eddie. Conservative MP Sir David Amess has died after being stabbed at a constituency surgery in Essex. Emergency services treated him at the scene in a Methodist church but were unable to save him. A 25-year-old man has been arrested on suspicion of murder. And the weather, central, northern and eastern parts cold and clear tonight with the chance of ground frost, patchy low cloud elsewhere with drizzle and a low of 2 in Scotland.
LBC Travel, I'm Dave Goff. There are severe delays in Staffordshire. The M6 northbound is closed for accident investigation work between junction 16 for Stoke-on-Trent and junction 17 for Crewe. In the West Midlands, there are long delays on the M42 northbound because of an accident between junction 6 for Birmingham Airport and junction 7 for Coles Hill. There are severe delays on the M25 clockwise from Essex into Kent. It's down to 1 lane at junction 1B for Dartford because of an accident. That means there are queues over the QE2 bridge from junction 29 for Romford. And on the M25 clockwise in Buckinghamshire, there are also queues. That's because of an accident between junction 16 for the M40 and junction 17 for Maple Cross. And there are also delays in Surrey on the M25 anti-clockwise. The slip road into Cobham Services is blocked for a medical emergency.
This is LBC.
Here's football legend Jamie Redknapp for Skechers Archfit footwear.
Okay, I know what you're thinking. Archfit footwear? I don't need arch support. Well, I thought the same, and these are still my favourite trainers. You see, Skechers Archfit are great for virtually everybody. Archfit was designed by experts giving you podiatrist-certified arch support and all-day comfort. Plus, I don't wear them just for arch support. I love how they look too. Feel what you've been missing with Skechers Archfit.
Find Skechers Archfit footwear for men and women everywhere.
Call Eddie Mayer 0345 60 60 973 LBC.
You pay your business credit card back every month.
None of the happy. Your business credit card pays you back every month. At Barclaycard Business, we do things differently. So with the Barclaycard Select Cashback Credit Card, we pay you back 1% cashback on all your eligible business spend, with no cap and no annual fee. To apply for a card for your business, search Barclaycard Business. Cashback T's and C's and exclusions apply. The approval of your application depends on your financial circumstances and borrowing history. T's and C's apply.
Yes, the best excuse is Christmas. It's the excuse of the year. Just start a wish list and get well-behaved kids. Remind them Santa's near.
Get the latest must-have toys from Lego, Barbie, LOL Surprise and more at Very. And you can spread the cost of Christmas with Very Pay. Christmas is this very moment.
Oh, by golly, use a jolly merry excuse this year.
Do you know what your future holds? In your lifetime, you'll be able to pursue careers which haven't even been imagined yet. There won't be set paths. You'll have to make your own way. How you respond to challenges will be as important as what you know. At the University of South Wales, we design our courses with industry partners, so you learn through real experiences. The future is always a theory. We put it into practice. Discover more at southwales.ac.uk.
Hey, Harry.
Hello, mate.
Any tips for the big game?
It's a tough one to call. Your best bet is to ask Michael Owen. Here, Michael.
Hello, Gaffer.
You got any tips for the football?
Oh, I think there'll be plenty of goals.
No, I can't see that. Both defences are strong.
Yeah, but the little fella up top's lightning.
Sorry, lads. I've got to go. I've got money on the next race.
Whether you listen to Harry or Michael, make your best bet at BetVictor. Search online for latest offers. 18 plus, be gamble aware. Please gamble responsibly.
When you're searching for a savings account, finding the right place for you is important.
I know
The online savings account from Marcus by Goldman Sachs gets you a high interest rate on your savings. And you can start yours from just £1, because knowing your money is in a good place puts you in a good place. Open your account at marcus.co.uk. Marcus by Goldman Sachs.
Now at B&Q, get 3 for 2 on all indoor paint, 4 for 3 on laminate and luxury vinyl click flooring, and 20% off wallpaper. That's big savings on choosing change. You can do it when you B&Q it. Selected products. Ends 1st of November. Subject to availability. See DIY.com for full T's and C's.
Andy Mayer on LBC.
Flags flying at half-mast at Westminster after the murder this afternoon of the Conservative MP Sir David Amess in his constituency. Just hearing there will be a vigil for Sir David in his constituency at 6 o'clock tonight at St Peter's Church in Eastwood, led by the MP's former priest. Theo, a moment or two ago, was talking about Lindsay Hoyle. Inevitably, after something like this, questions about MP security, particularly at constituency surgeries, they arise again. In paying tribute to Lindsay Hoyle and talking about him being a lovely man, devoted to his family, to Parliament, the Speaker said, in the coming days, we will need to discuss and examine MP securities and any measures to be taken. But for now, our thoughts and prayers are with David's family, friends and colleagues. Our correspondent Rachel Venables has been hearing more of the tributes as they come in. Rachel?
Well, politics is so rarely united these days, Eddie, but it has fully come together today in an outpouring of shock and grief at the news that Sir David Amess, a Tory veteran, the MP for Southend West in Essex, a campaigner for animal rights and fire safety, among many other things, has been murdered. And we're hearing from MPs and politicians who knew him well, sharing wonderful tributes and stories, and those who only knew of him as well, sharing messages of love and deep respect for the work that he did, as well as outrage at this assault on democracy, this senseless killing. There is no other way simply to describe it. He was just doing his job today, representing his constituents. Now, we're still waiting for a statement from the Prime Minister, though it has been reported that both Boris Johnson and the Home Secretary, Priti Patel, are on their way back to London. Meanwhile, ministers have been speaking out, including the Chancellor Rishi Sunak, who said the worst aspect of violence is its inhumanity. It steals joy from the world and can take from us that which we love the most. Today it took a father, a husband and a respected colleague. The Education Secretary as well, Nadeem Zahawi, talking about Sir David being a champion for animal welfare, the less fortunate and the people of Southend West. Meanwhile, the people who knew him perhaps a little better, the likes of Sir Roger Gale, MP for North Thanet, he said, David and I entered the House together many decades ago now in 1983, and he said he regards him as a dear friend and a brave and compassionate MP. He says the loss to his family, who David always put first, and to the House is appalling. But he said David died doing what David always did, looking after his constituents. Then away from his Conservative colleagues, you've got tributes from the likes of the Labour MP for Tottenham, David Lammy, who says our democracy feels diminished on a day like this, and also talking about how David died serving his constituents to the end. Meanwhile, of course, the tributes have been coming in across the UK. The First Minister for Scotland, Nicola Sturgeon, talking about how elected representatives from across the political spectrum will be united in sadness and shock today. In a democracy, politicians must be accessible and open to scrutiny, but no one deserves to have their life taken while working for and representing their constituents. And as you've been touching on, Eddie, of course, the conversation will eventually turn to safety for MPs going about their daily lives, particularly as we now have lost 2 MPs. Sir David is the second to be murdered in the space of just 5 years after Jo Cox was killed in her constituency, Batley and Spen, in 2016. And so I want to leave you with the words from the Jo Cox Foundation, who've said they are devastated to hear this news. They say all elected representatives deserve to be safe and to be treated with respect. Violence and abuse against them is utterly unacceptable. They say the Jo Cox Foundation is committed to working towards a future where no politician is subject to violence or intimidation. But when we reflect now on the state of play, on this dreadful news, that future seems very far away.
Rachel Venables reporting. Last year, Sir David Amess published a book called Eyes and Ears, AYES, Eyes and Ears, Opening Up the World of Westminster. And he had something to say about the murder of Jo Cox and the security of MPs. And in the circumstances, it might be useful to have a listen to what Sir David wrote. Here are his words from his book. The murder of Jo Cox was still totally unexpected. She'd been an MP for a very short time, having been elected in May 2015. She was approaching the library where her constituency surgery was to be held when she was attacked and killed in the most barbaric fashion imaginable. This event took place during the 2016 EU referendum campaign and had a galvanising effect on the campaign, the general public and members themselves. My colleague Mark Francois alerted me to the attack, at which time he was unaware that Jo had actually died. She was a young woman with a family going about her duties as we all do, completely unaware of the threat that she faced. While it is often said that good can come out of someone's death, it is difficult to see what good can come from this senseless murder. Nevertheless, it is to be commended that the Jo Cox Foundation has been established to combat loneliness. There can be no doubt that as a result of these heightened security concerns, most members have modified or changed the way they interact with the general public. The Commons authorities have taken threats very seriously and have issued guidance for the safety and security of not only members but their families. This includes security in their own home. I myself have, over the years, experienced nuisance from the odd member of the general public at my own property. We regularly check our locks, and many others have CCTV cameras installed. But probably the most significant change has been with constituency surgeries. The words of Sir David Amess in his book, Eyes and Ears, Opening Up the World of Westminster, published last year. David Garston is a Conservative councillor for Prittlewell Ward of Southend-on-Sea. He's known and worked with Sir David Amess for many years. Thank you for joining us, and I'm very sorry for your loss. How are you?
Yes, well, devastated, because Sir David was not only a colleague, and we call him a colleague because we all represent the electorate and we work together in trying to do our best for the electorate. He was a personal friend. And I mean, I've got the book that you've just read a quote from. I have that book here with a personal message from Sir David signed by him to me. And when I lost my wife a few years ago, David wrote me a 2-page letter, handwritten, not typed by a secretary, 2 pages of A4, handwritten by him, telling me how devastated he was because he met my wife when I was mayor of Southend, and we saw a lot of him there. But I met David in 1983 when he was first elected to Basildon, because as mayor of Southend, we put on a reception in Southend for all the newly elected Essex MPs, and David came along, and we put him on a coach and took him around the area. And I had quite a few words with David, and we just built up a friendship from then on. But I mean, more important than that, David was a great constituency MP. He went out of his way to help people who needed help. He supported many organisations. He was very religious. He supported all the churches and religious bodies in the area, all the animal charities, human charities. I mean, David was there, and I don't know whether it's well known, but he, until fairly recently, he had an elderly mother who died well over 100 years of age in Nazareth House, which is the Catholic care home in Southend. David was a devout Catholic. And he put on parties for all the people who'd reached 100 years or more. And he loved it. He really enjoyed it. He loved old people. And that was the sort of man he was. Rather than take ministerial office, he just wanted to help people and be part of the community.
And he was murdered in a church.
He was murdered in a church hall, yes. How ironic. No, it's just dreadful. And the problem was that whilst the officers had extra security, a lot of extra security was put into guard him at the office and where he used to have his surgery, because a lot of elderly people who wanted to come to his surgeries and people who were disabled, etc., couldn't necessarily make the journey to where his office was. He changed his surgeries recently, and he decided to have one in every part of the constituency. So, of course, having one in the church hall today, the security that would have been there at the main office wasn't there.
Do you have any thoughts, and I hesitate to ask you because you are mourning the loss of your friend and colleague, but in thinking about security, knowing that MPs like Sir David Amess, always very important for them to meet their constituents, that's a critical part of their job, and yet these things keep happening. What do we do?
Well, it's such a difficult balance, because we as elected councillors, we need to see the public as well. We need to find out what they need, what their thoughts are. I mean, we've got huge decisions coming up in Prittlewell at the moment. Southend United looking to have planning applications which will affect the town, considerably. Southend United are wanting to go to a much different place, a larger stadium, and there'll be planning applications which we councillors will be dealing with. We need to hear what the electorate think about that and many other issues. Now, you can't lock yourselves away in a cupboard. So we've always gone out in numbers. I mean, I would never go out now and see somebody without taking another councillor with me. But, I mean, it's difficult to know what else to do, because, the public not only need to be represented, that's why we become councillors and MPs. So the government are going to have a very difficult job, I think, looking into this, and they need to. I mean, they needed to look into this when we lost Joe Cox, and now we've lost Sir David Amess as well. There really needs to be a jolly good look at how elected representatives of the people are secured.
Thank you for talking to us. And again, I'm sorry for your loss. It's Councillor David Garston from Southend-on-Sea. 4:32, Tim Humphrey has the headlines.
A Conservative MP has died after being stabbed at a constituency surgery in Essex. Sir David Amess was attacked in Leigh-on-Sea. A 25-year-old man's been arrested on suspicion of murder. Police say they're not looking for anyone else. Sir David was one of Westminster's longest-serving MPs, having first entered Parliament in 1983. Labour leader Sir Keir Starmer's called the news of his attack horrific and deeply shocking. Colleague Stephen Timms, who was himself stabbed at a surgery in 2010, says he is appalled. The weather: central, northern and eastern parts cold and clear tonight with a chance of ground frost. Patchy low cloud elsewhere with drizzle and a low of 2 in Scotland.
LBC.
I'm David Lammy here on LBC. It's hugely important that we make the transition. We should have made the transition years ago.
Yes.
We should not be now scrambling around for policies because we've got COP26 coming up when we're meant to show leadership. Why is it when they have to make a choice, they always put the burden on ordinary people? Join me, David Lammy, tomorrow from 4. Listen on your radio and on Global Player. LBC.
Dear Accountants of Derbyshire, we understand that client service is critical to the success of your business. Managing your business operations while providing accounting services for your clients can be challenging. Square can help. We provide digital invoicing, remote and in-person payments, appointment scheduling, and lots more, all in one system. Learn more at square.com. Square Up Europe Limited is regulated by the Financial Conduct Authority.
Hi, we're the Food Warehouse and we are your new favourite supermarket. We've got exclusive ranges from TGI Fridays, Harry Ramsden's, Greggs and Ed's Easy Diner from just £2. And big deals on your big brand favourites, including Walker's Favourites Variety Packs, 22 bags for just £3.50, or get 2 packs for just £6. Plus Robinson's Fruit Shoots, 24 for just £4.75. Find your nearest store at thefoodwarehouse.com.
Everyone quiet down. Are they recording? So, what do you call it?
Instagram. IG.
Okay. And what do you want to be?
Oh, wow. I think I'm something new every day.
I guess I just want to be known for making people feel good.
I just like to try stuff out. I like failing at things as well.
Let me get back to you on that.
Whoever it is you want to be, it's yours to make. Instagram.
Once upon a time, a girl by the name of Snow White turned a rather deadly apple-eating experience into sweet success. Using Squarespace, she built an online store to sell temptingly delicious apples that were 100% poison-free. People from all over the land placed delivery orders, got recipes, and bought exclusive merch directly on her Squarespace site. Sounds like a fairy tale? Think again. Launch your business with Squarespace. Use code SQUARESPACEIT for 10% off your next purchase.
You pay your business credit card back every month. None of the happy. Your business credit card pays you back every month. At Barclaycard Business, we do things differently. So with the Barclaycard Select Cashback Credit Card, we pay you back 1% cashback on all your eligible business spend, with no cap and no annual fee. To apply for a card for your business, search Barclaycard Business. Cashback T's and C's and exclusions apply. The approval of your application depends on your financial circumstances and borrowing history. T's and C's apply.
The incredible iPhone 13 Pro has arrived on 3. Shoot and share with the Pro camera system on the UK's fastest 5G network. Switch to 3 and enjoy 6 months half price with unlimited data. Plus get a £100 voucher on us. Search 3 or head in store.
24-month plan. Annual price increases apply. Fastest 5G network based on Ookla speed test intelligence data Q1, Q2 2021. See speedtest.net/awards. Terms apply. See 3.co.uk.
Eddie Mair on LBC.
Tributes continuing to come in for Sir David Amess, murdered in his constituency surgery in a church in Leigh-on-Sea this afternoon. Sir John Major has offered his condolences. This is truly heartbreaking news of a good and decent man who for over 30 years was a dedicated public servant. My heart goes out to his family. David Amess, of course, in 1992 was the first smiling face of a Conservative victory, an unexpected Conservative victory for Sir John Major when he won in Basildon. Let's hear now from Sir Peter Bottomley, Father of the House of Commons, Conservative MP for Worthing West. Thank you for joining us. My condolences.
Hello.
What are your thoughts today?
Well, as I walked out of the House of Commons an hour ago, I walked past the moral PC Keith Palmer. In the chamber is the shield for Joe Cox, who died after a fatal attack during the referendum. There are the memorials to the Conservative colleagues who were killed by the IRA. There's the Liberal caseworker who got attacked in Nigel Jones's constituency office. What I would say is that MPs are in the middle of the pack in terms of risk, and I think we ought to be at the top of the pack in terms of being diligent about going on doing our work, even while we weep for David and for his family. The mental health worker, the police, the people working in public transport, the shopkeeper, they're all vulnerable. So are we, but it's an unlikely thing to happen to us. And I predict that this weekend, next weekend, and forever afterwards, MPs will make themselves available to their constituents and will serve them as best we can. And when there's a vacancy caused by an attack like this, I hope that many more people will come forward to fill it.
How important are constituency surgeries to the work of MPs?
The advice we can give and the help we can give can transform people's lives. It doesn't always work, but often it does. But also the experiences of individual constituents inform our work in Parliament. So, for example, my work on residential leasehold reform came from one constituent who came along with a problem. The reason we have old age pensions or free education or votes for women is because of people, MPs, listening to people talking to us about their individual circumstances. It's part of a process of improvement, reducing disadvantage, distress, handicap, improving well-being. It's a vital part of what we're trying to do in our reasonably open democracy.
Tell me about Sir David Amess.
Well, he was elected 9 years after me. He had 38 years serving two constituencies. Everyone always knows that he served Basildon, he served Southend. He was assiduous, some would say, remarkable for the way he pushed forward his constituencies' general interest as well as the individual interest of constituents. He was great on animal welfare. He always had a smile. He could be a firm chairman when on the Speaker's panel. And I think everyone regards him as a friend. You can be a member of Parliament in very many ways. David was individual, well known as a good family man, and I think that we ought to be saying that there are many ways of being an MP. He did it in one of the best ways, being available to all, friendly to all, positive, practical. We'll weep, we'll miss him, we'll fill the gap.
Thank you. Sir Peter Bottomley, Father of the House, Conservative MP for Worthing West. Lord Pendry has called in. Tom Pendry, former Labour MP. Thank you for phoning in. Welcome to the programme. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you, except I'm very sad now upon hearing the news about Sir David.
How did you hear the news?
I couldn't say much more, really, than what Sir Peter said, because he was always a smiling face. He used to liven up question times, Prime Minister's question time, asking for cathedral status for Southend or whatever it was. He was always banging on about his beloved constituency. But I knew him as a friend, although politically we were miles apart. But we went to Hong Kong once, and I've got this lovely photograph of us on the Peak recently. Anyway, he will be greatly missed. He was, as I say, a very jovial, happy person.
Peter Bottomley making the point, and of course he's just factually correct, that people in all walks of life can become victims of crime, even the most serious crime like this. And that's simply true. And he was sending a message that MPs will get on with it, and I'm sure that's true too. But MPs have a particular and very special role in our society, don't they? A special role in our democracy. And if they are repeatedly coming under attack, then I wonder what you think needs to change.
Well, I think I had 6 surgeries every month in my constituency. I must say I always had a counsellor with me for local issues. I didn't feel I needed protection as a former middleweight boxing champion. I was vain enough to think that no one would dare to attack me. But the fact is, if you are in public life and you make statements which are not always agreed with by your constituents, then you'll often get some verbal attacks on you, as I have had. But this is something which luckily is very unusual. And I don't really see there is a way around it without having protection at every surgery from police or whatever. I can't see it myself, but I think it's worth an inquiry into how best we can go forward from here, because it's a very, very sad event for our democracy, indeed.
And just to finish where we began, with Sir David himself, your friend, what was he like behind the scenes? I mean, did you ever talk politics much in private, or did you agree to not talk about politics because you didn't agree?
Yeah, I think that would have been a waste of time. What he did do, when I had my book published, he asked if I'd be his guest speaker at his constituency function in the House of Commons. And I went there. That was the measure of the man. He was very... He made a little speech saying nice things about me. And I think the people in his constituency warmed to him for that, because probably they thought, oh, a Labour person coming in this meeting, what's David up to? But it all turned out very nice in the end.
Very good to hear from you. Thank you for calling in. Tom Pendry, Lord Pendry, former Labour MP for Stalybridge and Hyde. Our political editor, Theo Usherwood, is still with us. Theo, flags flying at half-mast at Westminster. Boris Johnson heading back, we think, to Downing Street. It's a sombre day.
We understand, actually, that the Prime Minister has just arrived back at number 10 Downing Street. As I was saying earlier, Eddie, the usual form would be for the Prime Minister to be at his country residence, Chequers, for the weekend. And it was understood originally that the plan would be, before these tragic events unfolded, he would travel straight from the southwest, where he's been holding a regional cabinet meeting in Bristol, straight to Chequers. But obviously, when the news from Leigh-on-Sea emerged this afternoon, he came back to London to number 10, and we understand the Prime Minister will be giving some sort of statement. We're not exactly sure what form it will take, but he'll be giving some form of statement in the fairly near future. As you've been discussing on your programme, people have been ringing in, tributes from right across the political spectrum have been paid to Sir David, and many MPs in Westminster feeling now that, and Theresa May echoed this when she said it was a bad day for democracy, about what happens next, because of course MPs like to hold their surgeries, as you were hearing from Lord Pendlebury, 6 surgeries a month, and if you take that right across the country, there are 650 MPs. That's many man-hours spent in front of constituents by MPs. And the question is, how do you ensure that those MPs stay safe from a future attack? And of course, there is likely to be some sort of review, but it would, and this is what I'm sure we'll be looking at, how best to implement some sort of protection from MPs, whether a local police officer, perhaps armed with a taser, would be to attend every surgery. That's possibly one option that could be looked at, but of course that will have implications for the local police forces that of course have many MPs in their constituencies. So those are perhaps questions for another day, and as I said, in the near future, with the Union flag flying at half-mast right across Westminster, including over number 10 and the House of Parliament, we are expecting the PM to give a statement.
Theo, thank you. Theo Usherwood back with us, of course, throughout the programme, our political editor, now at 4:46. Tim with more news.
Conservative MP Sir David Amess has died after being attacked at a constituency surgery. Police say he was stabbed a number of times at a Methodist church in Leigh-on-Sea. A 25-year-old man has been arrested. The weather: central, northern and eastern parts cold and clear tonight with the chance of ground frost. Patchy low cloud elsewhere with drizzle, a low of 2 in Scotland.
LBC Travel, I'm Dave Goff. There are severe delays going from Essex into Kent on the M25 clockwise over the QE2 bridge because of an accident at junction 1B for Dartford, where it's down to one lane. On the M25 clockwise, there are also queues from junction 13 for Staines round to junction 17 for Maple Cross after an accident earlier. The M25 anti-clockwise in Kent is partly blocked before the Dartford Tunnel because of an accident, so there are queues from junction 2 for the A2. There are severe delays in Staffordshire on the M6 northbound. It's partly blocked for recovery work between junction 16 for Stoke-on-Trent and junction 17 for Crewe, and it's very slow in Greater Manchester on the M60 clockwise towards junction 18 for Simister Island. That's because of an accident.
This is LBC.
At Lidl's Monster Market, it's time to spoil your spooky side. Carve your way through piles of pumpkins from just 45p and chow down on the chilling choice of chocolates from 69p. In Lidl stores now. Now that's big on quality and always Lidl on price. Subject to availability. Selected stores excludes NI.
Call Eddie Mayer 0345 6060 973 LBC.
She was in a remote forest, using cinematic mode on her new iPhone 13 Pro to make a film. She goes to share it. Her signal bars drop.
A signal? No.
Unable to upload her masterpiece.
Kev, what?
No likes, no hearts, no love from her followers.
No, not her followers.
Don't worry. With the new iPhone 13 Pro on EE, you can film and share from almost anywhere on the UK's best network. Get the new iPhone 13 Pro on EE.
Best for network performance. Verified. ee.co.uk/claims. 94% coverage.
Philip Schofield here. Did you know there are just over 31 million seconds in a year? So why not spend 60 of them finding out how much your car's worth at WeBuyAnyCar.com? That's right, only takes 60 seconds, leaving you millions for the important things, like marvelling at what a tiny speck of dust we are in the endless universe. To find out how much your car's worth in 60 seconds, enter your reg number now at WeBuyAnyCar.com.
Admin fee may apply. For more information, see WeBuyAnyCar.com/info.
Welcome to the World of Confusion helpline.
Hey, I'm really confused.
Sorry, I can't take your call right now.
Oh.
But if you're confused about freebies with complexities, you can go online and choose a confused.com reward with car, home or van insurance from Domino's, Halfords, IMO Car Wash or HelloFresh. Yummy. Then you can say, I'm not confused. I'm confused.com.
Oh, cool.
Available on single annual policies. HelloFresh 18 plus subscription service. Geographical exclusions apply. Full T&Cs online.
Cybersecurity Awareness Month arrives with a reminder. Protect your teams wherever they're working. Dell Technologies delivers peace of mind with the latest end-to-end security solutions. Save on PCs featuring built-in security and Intel Core processors, cyber-resilient servers, and the latest McAfee software. Call 0800 085 4878 or visit dell.co.uk and chat with a Dell Technologies advisor.
Want to park up and get your Big Mac brought to your car? Step 1, place an order on the My McDonald's app. Step 2, park in a Click and Serve numbered bay, enter the number in the app and we'll bring your meal right over. So you can enjoy your Big Mac feeling like a big deal. New Click and Serve on the My McDonald's app. As simple as it sounds. Click and Serve available at participating restaurants only. See mcdonalds.co.uk for full list. Serving times may apply. Do not download or use the app whilst driving.
Fit to fly tests from Trusted PPE. Order before 4 p.m. weekdays for same-day dispatch from trustedppe.co.uk. Rated excellent on Trustpilot.
Now at B&Q, get 3 for 2 on all indoor paint. 4 for 3 on laminate and luxury vinyl click flooring and 20% off wallpaper. That's big savings on choosing change. You can do it when you B&Q it. Selected products. Ends 1st of November. Subject to availability. See DIY.com for full T's and C's.
Eddie Mayer on LBC.
More reactions to the murder of Sir David Amess at a constituency surgery this afternoon. Cindy says we need to be kinder in our discourse. MPs across the House seen in collaboration. Parliament is a theatre, but once off stage, your character reverts. Terry says this is a sad day for democracy. When on the media, David came across as a thoughtful and balanced MP that wanted to improve people's lives. Our LBC colleague Ian Dale knew him and spoke to Sheila Fogarty shortly after the news of Sir David's death emerged.
Well, it's the worst news possible. I think when we knew that he was still being tended to in the church and that he hadn't been taken to hospital, I think people drew a lot of conclusions from that, and sadly, that's come true. It's unthinkable. You and I were on air the day that Jo Cox was murdered. And I didn't know Jo Cox. I've never met her. But I remember talking to Stephen Kinnock, who shared an office with her, and he was beyond sort of help. He was so upset, as was everybody. And now we're having a repeat of that. And everything you said there, I totally agree with. It's got to be... I mean, people will say, well, these things don't happen very often. Well, this is two MPs who've been murdered within 5 years of each other. And if the House of Commons authorities, if the police don't feel that this is time for some sort of reset, as you put it, when it is, both Jo Cox and David Amess were the best of MPs. They were brilliant constituency MPs. They really cared about their constituents. And I know it sounds a trite thing to say, but most MPs do. We often hear about the bad ones, but the ones that bring politics into disrepute, we don't hear much about the good ones, the ones that really care about their constituencies. David Amess has been in Parliament since 1983. See, I'm still talking about him in the present tense. He was a brilliant campaigner. He really dedicated his life to helping people. And I saw him at the conference. We had a nice chat. Little did I think that on the day that I was supposed to be meeting him and speaking to his constituency association tonight in Southend, that something like this could happen. It would never have occurred to me. Why would it?
I know.
It's just awful.
Well, if his constituents are listening and want to call, if they, about the interaction and communication they ever had with him, and perhaps him helping them, that would be a lovely thing to hear. A tweet has come in, Ian, from Nadeem Zahawi. Saying, rest in peace, Sir David, you are a champion for animal welfare, the less fortunate, and the people of Southend West. You will be missed by many. Talk a little about him. There's an awful lot of photos coming up on screen in front of me here of him with animals and smiling broadly and dogs and what have you. Tell me a little about the work that you know of what he did.
Well, he was a great campaigner. If he believed in a cause, he would fight to the bitter end to get his way. And he's got many successes in terms of bringing in laws, particularly on animal welfare. And any MP will tell you that they get more letters on animal welfare than anything else across a year. And he was a doughty fighter for animal welfare. And it's not a glamorous thing to do. You don't get thanks from the animals for what you do to help them. But it was one cause that he really believed in. And he's quite a religious person. He's a great friend of Anne Widdecombe. And she would be in absolute bits this afternoon because they were, I mean, in the nicest possible way, as thick as thieves. And they agreed on an awful lot. And I remember, I think I said to you before, about 5 or 6 months ago, I did an hour-long interview with him for my All Talk podcast. And he absolutely loved it because he's like most politicians. They don't enjoy the 4 or 5 minute interviews that you and I do with them because they know that they're going to just say one thing and they'll say it right regardless of what you or I ask them. He just regarded it almost as sort of being set free to have an hour to talk about things that he wanted to talk about. And it wasn't a political interview. It was all about how politics works, Parliament, and the book that he wrote.
Ian Dale talking to Sheila a little earlier, and Ian mentioned his podcast, All Talk, and Sir David Amess joined Ian on that podcast back in May. It was a long, wide-ranging conversation, as Ian suggested there. Here are a couple of bits you might want to hear. They spoke about Sir David's thoughts on his role as an MP.
But you're clearly still enjoying it. Oh, I am. I'm only halfway through my career.
Well, this is it. In that you have always looked about 10 years younger than you really are, haven't you?
Well, you need to go to Specsave.
I wish I had that talent, but...
I'm very well. Now, I've always, because, I do love the place. Is that sad?
No, not at all.
I
think too many MPs treat it with contempt.
Well, I've got no time for that, and I agree with you about that. And that brings us all into contempt. This is not a game. This is serious. We represent people, and they've got so much hope in them. So, my pride and joy is when you can help and make a real difference for someone's life. You don't get any publicity for it, but you can. There are so many things that you can do that can transform people's lives. Okay, I'm signed up to the Conservative Party philosophy. I happen to think that is the best approach to running our country. I've got lots of friends in other political parties as well. But, I still enjoy being an MP. But what I would say, Ian, is... I wouldn't start on the journey afresh the way it is today, because of my experiences aren't replicated now. But for the new MP, they only know the way it is now. So, they think it's all marvellous, really. And, to talk about the good old days, they wouldn't have experienced it. They sort of humour me a bit, and they want to listen to it. But I think it's the greatest privilege that anyone can have, really, to be elected to our parliament. And I still happen to think, I won't say the mother of all parliaments, but I do think it's the best parliament in the world.
Sir David Amess talking to Ian Dale on his All Talk podcast in May. This is what Sir David had to say about getting the political bug.
A Mr. Catton who lived opposite me, unbeknown to me, was the treasurer of the local ward, and he kept delivering leaflets through the letterbox. I read them, and I thought, well, they're complaining about this, they're complaining about that. I agree, the roads are dirty. The houses are becoming a bit run down. Facilities aren't so good. So I didn't understand the philosophy between as it was mainly the two parties then, but I answered one of his newsletters, joined the party at whatever the earliest age was, 15 or 16, and have been a Conservative ever since. But it was going to my school, St Bonaventures, who held mock elections in 1964 and 1966. Wait for it, Ian. I didn't stand for the Conservative Party. I stood for the Revolutionist Party.
So David Amess talking to Ian Dale in the All Talk podcast back in May. If you want to hear that conversation in full, you'll find it on Global Player. This is LBC. I'm Eddie Mayer. The headlines at 5 o'clock. The Conservative MP, Sir David Amess, has been stabbed multiple times at his constituency surgery.
I saw the David Amess sign saying here today, and then I saw someone get taken out of the building, put into the back of a police car, and then got told to leave the area. And at that point, obviously, we knew something serious has happened.
I'm utterly devastated. I consider David to be a good friend. Just 2 weeks ago, I got a message from him asking if I wanted to meet for a drink in Manchester. And I gotta say, regret not going. His humour was phenomenal, but he was kind. He was so kind.
Sir David was not only a colleague, he was a personal friend. And when I lost my wife a few years ago, David wrote me a 2-page letter, handwritten, telling me how devastated he was.
There are many ways of being an MP. He did it in one of the best ways, being available to all, friendly to all, positive, practical.
On your radio, on Global Player, and...
Play LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 5 o'clock, Conservative MP Sir David Amess has died after being stabbed in Essex. It happened while he was meeting with constituents at a church in Leigh-on-Sea this afternoon. Our correspondent Matthew Thompson is there.
A large police cordon has been set up around the area, basically locking off the church itself for several hundred metres on either side. And there we're now getting hordes really of media starting to gather. As you can imagine, this is a story that will rock the entire nation.
Essex police have arrested a 25-year-old man and say there is no risk to the wider community. Anthony was working nearby when the attack happened.
I've gone back out to my vehicle to go get some stuff, and that's when it was just completely and utterly swamped by armed police, and then got told to leave the area. And at that point, obviously, we knew something serious has happened.
Sir David was 69 and a father of 5. He was first elected to Parliament in 1983, making him one of the country's longest-serving MPs. In an interview in May, he was asked about life in the House.
It's the greatest privilege that anyone can have, really, to be elected to our Parliament. And I still happen to think, I won't say the mother of all parliaments, but I do think it's the best Parliament in the world.
Tributes have been paid by politicians from all parties. Former Prime Minister David Cameron says the death of Sir David Amess after he was stabbed is devastating, horrific and tragic. Flags are flying at half-mast in Westminster. A vigil will be held at 6 o'clock in Sir David's constituency. Former Liberal Democrat leader Tim Farron says the news has made him think about the safety of those who serve in politics.
Sir David Amess went out today to serve his constituents and will not be coming home to his family again. He's utterly devastating and heartbreaking. I knew David a little bit. He's very lovely and generous, very funny man, very, very funny man. Somebody who enjoyed the fact that he was liked across the House.
In the city, a short time ago, the FTSE 100 was trading up 23 points at 72.31. The pound buys $1.37 and €1.18. And the weather, central, northern and eastern parts cold and clear tonight with a chance of ground frost. Patchy low cloud elsewhere with drizzle, a low of 2 in Scotland. A foggy start in the southwest, but most places fine and dry tomorrow, although Northern Ireland and western Scotland will become wet and windy. A high of 16. From Global's newsroom, I'm Tim Humphrey.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Eddie Mair.
In January 2000, Andy Pennington, an assistant to the Liberal Democrat MP Nigel Jones, was stabbed to death. An attacker stormed the constituency office in Cheltenham and stabbed Andy Pennington with a sword as he tried to protect the MP Nigel Jones. On May the 14th, 2010, the Labour MP for East Ham, Stephen Timms, was stabbed during his constituency surgery. The woman responsible for the attempted murder was jailed for life with a minimum term of 15 years. On June the 16th, 2016, the Labour MP Jo Cox was murdered as she went to meet her constituents at her regular surgery in West Yorkshire. She was shot and she was stabbed multiple times. The perpetrator will not be released from prison. 3 days ago, the Conservative MP for Southend West, Sir David Amess, announced this on Twitter. My next constituency surgery will be taking place on Friday the 15th of October at Belfairs Methodist Church, 251 Eastwood Road North, Leigh-on-Sea, SS9 4NG. To book an appointment, please email, and there was an email address and a phone number. This afternoon, just after midday, Essex police were called to reports of a stabbing in Leigh-on-Sea. Sir David Amess was attacked in his constituency surgery, which was being held at that Methodist church. A man was arrested. Police say they're not looking for anyone else in connection with the incident. A Conservative councillor, John Lamb, was at the scene and told Essex Echo, "I was indoors when I got a phone call just before midday about this. I'm so shocked. At the moment, all we know is that David's been stabbed several times. He is still at the church and they won't let us go in to see him. It does look very serious. I'm just outside by the police cordon, but at the moment nobody can go in and nobody knows how he is." Anthony called LBC to speak to Sheila. He'd been working next door to the church.
As I pulled up to go see a client of ours, there was a lady outside sounding distressed on the phone, saying that you need to get here quick. I thought nothing of it. I've walked into the property, looked at what I needed to do, and then within a minute I've gone back out to my vehicle to go get some stuff. And that's when it was just completely and utterly swamped by police, ambulance, armed police. Could see an air ambulance hovering over top of us. Thinking, well, what the hell's gone on here? Looked in the building. Obviously, I saw the David Amess sign saying here today. And then I saw someone get taken out of the building, put into the back of a police car, and then got told to leave the area. And at that point, obviously, we knew something serious has happened. And then within, I don't know, say 5 minutes, then we got informed by someone that was in the building what had actually happened. And apparently he's stabbed quite a few times. And they're trying to fight for his life as we speak.
Did you see the air ambulance take off with a patient in it?
No, there's been no patient being taken away from the building as we speak. He's still in there, from what I can see.
Even by ambulance?
Yeah. They're trying to save his life, I think, at the moment.
Well, let's not... I mean, I don't doubt that they're trying to give him as much support as they can. I mean, we don't yet know, do we, the detail of the injuries. Let's not speculate on that. But my goodness, Anthony, that's quite a shock, isn't it? I mean, we've all experienced something like it when we hear the sirens or, and it's an alarming moment, isn't it?
Yeah, it is very distressing, that's for sure. Very distressing.
And what do you make of... The numbers of... Just describe the area and the numbers of people around the building and the type of building that it is.
I mean, it's a nice area. It's a nice area in Leigh-on-Sea. It's nothing that you think would happen around this area, that's for sure. It's just a residential street with a Methodist church on the road. And, you don't often hear things going on like this down this way. But to have it next door to where you're working is obviously... very upsetting and very unlike what is around here, It's very odd. Yeah, it's very distressing, that's for sure.
Just after 3 o'clock, Essex Police issued a statement. It read, "A man has been arrested on suspicion of murder after a man was stabbed in Leigh-on-Sea. We were called to an address in Eastwood Road North shortly after 12:05 p.m. today. We attended and found a man injured. He was treated by emergency services but sadly died at the scene. A 25-year-old man was quickly arrested after officers arrived at the scene on suspicion of murder and a knife was recovered. He is currently in custody. We are not looking for anyone else in connection with this incident." Reporting for LBC live from the scene in Leigh-on-Sea, our correspondent Matthew Thompson.
Eddie, there is a subdued, sombre atmosphere here at the police cordon in Leigh-on-Sea, which I think reflects the scale of the shock, both locally here, metres from the scene of such a tragedy, and, of course, across the nation, because this afternoon, just a stone's throw from where I'm standing and speak to you now, inside Belfair's Methodist Church on a quiet, leafy, residential street, Sir David Amess, a Conservative MP of some 38 years, a father of 5, was stabbed to death as he held a routine constituency surgery. And there was initially an enormous emergency service presence. That is, though, slowly dissipating. The air ambulance that was here has gone. Many of the other police vehicles have left. But in their place now, blue and white suited forensics officers have turned up, and they will be trying to piece together exactly how this tragedy unfolded. In the last couple of hours, shell-shocked constituents, local Conservative Party members and friends of Sir David have been drifting towards the scene. Some have started to lay flowers. The prevailing emotions, I have to say, are sadness and disbelief. I overheard one local resident say a moment ago that the biggest crime that usually happens here is that someone takes their bins out late. So for this, something of the scale of this tragedy to take place is just unfathomable to so many in this, as I say, quiet residential part of Essex. We understand a vigil will be held by the community in Sir David's memory at 6 o'clock at another church not far from this one where I'm speaking to you. And it, I suppose, as you already say, Eddie, brings to mind immediately the names like Joe Cox MP or even Stephen Timms MP, who was stabbed twice in the stomach at a routine constituency surgery. Nigel Jones MP, of course, whose aide Andrew Pennington was killed trying to defend him from an attack. And I think the fact that so many MPs have been attacked, or worse, as in the case, of course, of Joe Cox and now Sir David Amess, is a reminder of the quiet heroism that many of this country's elected representatives display on a weekly basis to make themselves available to the general public as part of their daily jobs. But I think now questions will have to be asked about how that is dealt with going forward and whether that is the right way for us to conduct our normal democratic process.
Matthew Thompson at the scene where flowers are being laid. Theo Usherwood is LBC's political editor. Theo, he was 69. He leaves a wife and 5 children. Tell us about the political career of Sir David Amess.
Sir David Amess was first elected to the House of Commons, I should say, in 1983 as the MP for Basildon. He served as the private parliamentary secretary to Michael Portillo for 10 years. And then with the boundary changes that came about in 1997, he switched to taking over the seat of Southend West. He was perhaps known... his moment he had on television was back in 1992, in fact, when he won his seat in Basildon again. He retained his seat, and that was seen as a moment, Eddie, when the watching media, the watching commentariat, realised that Sir John Major was going to win that election and return to Parliament as to Westminster and number 10 as Prime Minister. It was seen as a key seat, and Sir David held on to it. He's since taken up positions on the Health Select Committee. He's been a backbench MP. He's one of the most senior MPs in the House. Was one of the most senior MPs in the House of Commons, having served 38 years. And of course, in Westminster, as Matthew was mentioning, there is a sense that something might now have to change when it comes to MPs meeting with their constituents. It usually happens on a Friday with those surgery meetings, but clearly something has very badly gone wrong with this tragedy, and there are many MPs who have talked openly about the abuse they've received online, the abuse their staff have received, their constituency offices being vandalised, and now, of course, we have seen another attack, and of course the criminal justice process will run its course, but this harks back to Joe Cox and the murder of that Labour MP in Batley and Spen in Yorkshire back in 2016. Boris Johnson is now back in number 10. I should just add, flags are flying half-mast across government buildings, number 10, and of course Parliament. We're expecting a statement from the Prime Minister fairly shortly.
On the subject of security, which has obviously been on people's minds today, Theo, in our first hour we heard from Councillor David Garston, who knew Sir David well, and said that there was improved and increased security at the constituency office, but in response to some of his constituents who might not have been very well able to get there, or older people who might have had trouble, he decided to set up constituency meetings and surgeries all over the constituency, which is what was happening here today at this particular Methodist church. So security, according to Councillor Garston, had been increased at the constituency office, but in an effort to be closer to his constituents, Sir David went out into places like this church hall.
Yes, and it's worth noting, of course, that this was a constituency surgery that was advertised on Twitter. You could simply log on to Sir David's Twitter account and his Twitter handle, and you could see 3 days ago that he posted exactly when the surgery was going to be, where it was going to be, and invited constituents to get in touch, to email him with their questions and to come book an appointment and to come down and speak to him face to face. He's one of those MPs, and this is true for the vast majority of MPs, I should say, Eddie, who want to see their constituents face to face and listen to what they've got to see, especially coming out of the pandemic when so much has had to be done on Zoom or simply in response by responding to emails or telephone calls. And this isn't just true of junior MPs who have just arrived in the House of Commons back at the 2019 election. So David was a very senior MP, and it's also true of many cabinet ministers and former cabinet ministers. They like to meet their constituents face to face. Indeed, when I've spoken previously to those around Theresa May, who worked for Theresa May, she was famous for going to Brussels, negotiating with the likes of Emmanuel Macron and Angela Merkel, and then heading straight back to her constituency in Maidenhead to meet with her constituents, doing a full day on the Friday and Saturday. This is something that MPs right across the political spectrum like to do, but there are questions now simply around whether it can continue in such an open fashion, and if it isn't going to continue in an open fashion, what measures can be taken to ensure that it can still happen in some way, that voters can feel that they are not completely distant from the people that they send to represent them in Parliament.
Theo, thank you for now. Theo Usherwood, LBC's political editor. He was right. Boris Johnson was due to speak on this subject. He has just said a few words. He said our hearts are full of shock and sadness. We'll bring you his comments in full right after the headlines now from Tim Humphrey.
Conservative MP Sir David Amess has died after being stabbed at a constituency surgery in Essex. He was treated at the scene in Leigh-on-Sea, but emergency services were unable to save him. Police say a 25-year-old man has been arrested on suspicion of murder. The weather, central, northern and eastern parts will be cold and clear tonight with a chance of ground frost. Patchy low cloud elsewhere with drizzle, a low of 2 in Scotland.
LBC Travel, I'm Dave Goff. There are severe delays in Essex on the M25 clockwise going from junction 28 for Romford over the QE2 bridge into Kent. It's because of an accident at junction 1B for Dartford. One lane stays closed. There are queues in Kent on the M25 anti-clockwise from junction 3 for the M20 to the Dartford tunnel. 2 lanes are now closed because of an accident. There are severe delays on the A2 going out of London. It's taking about an hour to go from the Blackwall tunnel to Bexley Heath after a number of problems earlier today. In Worcestershire, there are long delays on the M42 southbound because of an accident between junction 3 for Redditch and junction 2 for Elfchurch, and there are severe delays in Staffordshire on the M6 northbound. That's after there was an accident earlier on between junction 16 for Stoke-on-Trent and junction 17 for Crewe. All the lanes are back open again.
This is LBC.
Looking for home insurance at a price that isn't through the roof? You like to think comparison sites have all the deals under one roof, right? Well, I hate to say it, but you'd be wrong. Direct Line aren't on comparison sites. So if you want to find out if we could save you money, you've got to come direct. Don't miss out. Get 35% off our home insurance when you buy online. We're on it. Direct Line.
Introductory offer for combined buildings and contents cover. Excludes optional covers and select Premier. Minimum premiums apply.
Call Eddie Mayer 0345 6060 973 LBC.
Euronics is different. A network of independent electrical retailers in over 600 local stores across the country. When you shop with us, you're benefiting from generations of great local service and expert knowledge. And all our products are carefully selected from leading brands like Bosch, Neff and Siemens. So now you can shop with confidence knowing you'll get the product you want at the price you'll like and from people you can trust. Visit us online to shop or find your local store at euronics.co.uk.
It's time to start thinking about swapping your lounge for your lounger and spoil yourself rotten. And that's something a Saga Boutique cruise is rather good at. Boutique is your own VIP door-to-door chauffeur. Boutique is indulging in fine speciality dining in one of our restaurants. It's relaxing in the knowledge that travel insurance and cancellation cover for coronavirus is of course included. Go on, spoil yourself. There's still time to book a cruise sailing soon. Search Saga Boutique Cruises.
Travel insurance provided by Great Lakes SE. Cancellation cover provided by Saga. Subject to medical screening. Opt-out option available. Over 50s only. T's and C's apply.
Now at B&Q, get 3 for 2 on all indoor paint. 4 for 3 on laminate and luxury vinyl click flooring and 20% off wallpaper. That's big savings on choosing change. You can do it when you B&Q it. Selected products. Ends 1st of November. Subject to availability. See DIY.com for full T's and C's.
So, who makes you smile? My new puppy chasing his tail.
Dad's epic flat pack fail.
Uncle's karaoke bangers.
Nan and her hilarious clangers.
Whoever it is, a checkup or smile makeover at your local Bupa Dental Care practice could make your smile brighter, straighter, fuller, or just healthier. So don't wait a while to make the most of your smile. Search Bupa Dental Care and book an appointment today. No insurance needed.
Money. I need the skills to manage it, because when I grow up,
I've got to know how my money first works. Budgeting, saving, the lot. Won't be long before I'm trying to buy a house and save for a wedding. It's why Barclays Life Skills has helped 13 million people build new skills with our free learning program. Barclays, Make money work for you. 13 million figure from independently assured methodology in 2021.
Right now with Vodafone Evo, you can save £62 on the brilliant Samsung Galaxy S20 FE. With its pro-grade triple lens camera, you can take pro-grade shots every time. Now only £26 per month plus £19 up front with 2 gigabytes of data. Go online or install today. Together we can. Vodafone.
CPI plus 3.9% annual increase ends 1st of November, subject to device and airtime plans, credit check eligibility and terms. Saving details at vodafone.co.uk. Credit by Vodafone.
The Eddie Mayer Show. Call 0345 6060 973. Tweet at LBC. Text 84850. This is LBC.
The Archbishop of Canterbury, Justin Welby, has been tweeting about the murder of David Amess. He wrote, "The death of a father, husband and friend is agonisingly painful for those who loved him. The murder of an MP in the course of caring for their constituents is a deep blow to this country, its citizens and everyone who desires a peaceful and flourishing democracy." Sir David Amess dedicated his life to championing causes he believed in, serving constituents and his country for almost 40 years as a Member of Parliament. The only antidote to violence and hatred is love and unity. In this horrific and tragic moment, we must come together across political difference and be the light that refuses to be cowed by darkness. Tony Blair said, "David and I came into Parliament together in 1983. Though on opposite political sides, I always find him a courteous, decent and thoroughly likeable colleague who was respected across the House. This is a terrible and sad day for our democracy." Boris Johnson has just been speaking. Here's what he had to say.
Well, I think all our hearts are full of shock and sadness today to the loss of Sir David Amess MP, who was killed in his constituency surgery in a church after almost 40 years of continuous service to the people of Essex and the whole of the United Kingdom. And the reason I think people are so shocked and saddened is, above all, he was one of the kindest, nicest, most gentle people in politics. And he also had an outstanding record of passing laws to help the most vulnerable, whether the people who are suffering from endometriosis, passing laws to end cruelty to animals, or doing a huge amount to reduce the fuel poverty suffered by people up and down the country. David was a man who believed passionately in this country and in its future. And we've lost today a fine public servant and a much-loved friend and colleague. And our thoughts are very much today with his wife, his children and his family.
And what was the sense of shock when you and your cabinet colleagues heard about this? This is not news, of course, that anyone would be expecting to hear on Friday at a constituency surgery, and somebody who, of course, has been, as you say, a Conservative MP for a very long time, nearly 40 years. What was the reaction of you and your colleagues when that news filtered through?
I think everybody was deeply shocked and heart-stricken, and our thoughts, as I say, are very much with his family, with his wife, with his children, and for the rest, I mean, we must really leave the police to get on with their investigation.
Our correspondent Rachel Venables has been hearing other tributes to Sir David Amess. Rachel.
Well, from the current Prime Minister to past Prime Ministers, the tributes have been pouring in thick and fast, all of them expressing their deepest condolences for Sir David's family and friends, his loved ones, his colleagues, and also sharing their stories and tributes to him as a man, as a politician. I'll start with Theresa May, who's tweeted to say it's heartbreaking to hear of the death of Sir David Amess, a decent man and respected parliamentarian killed in his own community while carrying out his public duties. She says this is a tragic day for our democracy and her thoughts and prayers are with David's family. David Cameron has also put out a statement calling this the most devastating, horrific and tragic news. He says David Amess was a kind and thoroughly decent man and the most committed MP you could ever hope to meet. He says words cannot adequately express the horror of what has happened today. Right now, his heart, he says, goes out to David's family. And we've also had a statement through from Tony Blair talking about being shocked and horrified by David Amess's murder, sending his sympathy and condolences with his wife Julia and all his family. And the former Labour Prime Minister saying that David and I came into Parliament together in 1983. It's important, I think, to reflect on that date. For nearly 4 decades, Sir David Amess has been in the House of Commons representing various constituencies in Essex. And Tony Blair went on to say, though on opposite political sides, I always found him a courteous, decent and thoroughly likeable colleague who was respected across the House. And that is the sort of words we're hearing time and time again from representatives across the political spectrum, all saying the same sort of thing about this man. He says, Tony Blair, this is a terrible and sad day for our democracy.
Rachel Venables. Councillor Ian Gilbert is leader of Southend Borough Council. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
It's a shocking day.
It is. I'm not sure that I've fully taken it in myself. To lose someone who's such a part of the community and a part of life down here in that sudden and tragic way, really is shocking.
How did you hear the news?
I was phoned by the council's chief exec about half past 12 this afternoon. Who'd obviously been briefed by the police at that point.
All efforts, I'm sure, were made to save him, but sadly he has died. How did you first come across the political phenomenon that was David Amess?
Well, I mean, I've been a councillor here for about 13 years, and obviously Sir David's represented his constituency for even longer than that. So ever since I first started to go to events as a councillor, Sir David was somebody who you would meet, and despite being on opposite sides of the political divide, always enjoyed a conversation with. And, as I became leader a couple of years ago, we've worked together on a number of things of benefit to the town, such as Southend's city status bid, which Sir David cared passionately about. He's ever present, helping his constituents and promoting the town.
In terms of his work for the constituency, and you've outlined some of the things he did, I mean, people well outside Southend knew that he was the local MP, because whenever he was on his feet in the Commons, it seemed that that's what he wanted to talk about.
Indeed, he never missed a chance to promote the town, to put us on the map, to encourage investment. And, you could just generally see that he was proud of Southend and he was committed to Southend.
Politically, though, he'd be a very difficult opponent to beat.
Well, absolutely. And, clearly, somebody who's been a member of Parliament for that amount of time, is clearly been doing something right. And, even people who disagreed with him politically would acknowledge that he was an exceptionally hard-working constituency MP.
Thank you very much for talking to us. I'm sorry it's on such a sad day. That's Councillor Ian Gilbert, leader of Southend Borough Council, Labour leader. It's 5:30 now. Tim Humphrey has the news headlines.
Conservative MP Sir David Amess has died after being stabbed at a constituency surgery in Essex this afternoon. The 69-year-old was attacked in a Methodist church in Leigh-on-Sea. The Prime Minister says Sir David was one of the nicest, most gentle people in politics. He was one of Westminster's longest-serving MPs, having first entered Parliament in 1983. A 25-year-old man has been arrested on suspicion of murder. Police say they're not looking for anyone else. And the weather, central, northern and eastern parts cold and clear tonight, with the chance of ground frost, patchy low cloud elsewhere with drizzle and a low of 2 in Scotland.
This is LBC.
What gives you that fist bump feeling? Is it waking up late for work, then realising it's a Saturday? Or when your bus arrives just as it starts to rain? We think it's getting a great deal, like our 30 gig for £10 a month SIM at Smarty. With unlimited calls and texts and a flexible 1-month plan, it's definitely worth a fist bump. That's why we're a Which recommended mobile network provider 2021. Search Smarty. Simple, honest, mobile. See smarty.co.uk. Ah! Oh! What? Oh, come on! Ugh.
Even if you're not ready, our tyres are. Master the unpredictable weather all year round with the new Michelin Cross Climate 2 tyre and drive with confidence. Find the right tyres for your vehicle at quitfit.com and drive away happy every time.
When you own a small business, whether you're an IT consultant or selling flowers, your tech is your lifeline. Oh no!
Sorry, we lost you. You there?
Great. But with Direct Line Business Tech Essentials, you can get your stolen or damaged tech replaced in 24 hours from claim approval. Whether it's laptops, phones or tablets, we're on it. Search Direct Line Business Insurance. Direct Line.
Cover and claim limits apply Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m, except bank holidays. Underwritten by UK Insurance Limited.
You pay your business credit card back every month. None of it happy. Your business credit card pays you back every month. At Barclaycard Business, we do things differently. So with the Barclaycard Select Cashback Credit Card, we pay you back 1% cashback on all your eligible business spend, with no cap and no annual fee. To apply for a card for your business, search Barclaycard Business. Cashback T's and C's and exclusions apply. The approval of your application depends on your financial circumstances and borrowing history. T's and C's apply.
Do you know what your future holds? In your lifetime, you'll be able to pursue careers which haven't even been imagined yet. There won't be set paths. You'll have to make your own way. How you respond to challenges will be as important as what you know. At the University of South Wales, we design our courses with industry partners, so you learn through real experiences. The future is always a theory. We put it into practice. Discover more at southwales.ac.uk.
A brand new thriller on ITV.
My husband, he seems kind and charming, except there's this whole other side to him, and no one sees it.
I just don't feel safe.
He wants me gone.
When I think about me, it's like I'm watching someone else.
I'm not making this up.
You think I'm crazy? I just want what's mine.
Get away from the house!
You're scaring me!
Push something enough, it breaks.
6-part thriller Angela Black. Sunday at 9 on ITV and ITV Hub.
This is LBC with Eddie Mayer. Call 0345 6060 973.
We've mentioned more than once in the programme the incidents over the past few years in which MPs have been attacked in their constituency surgeries or on their way. But a piece just published by Christopher McKeown of PA says while MPs are at the centre of calls for more security, their staff are often the ones who deal with most of the threats and find themselves feeling vulnerable. Jade Botterill, who worked for the Labour MP Yvette Cooper between 2013 and 19, said dealing with abuse directed towards her boss had left her suffering frequent nightmares and forced her to quit politics. She said, "I would get in and all I would do is go on Facebook and report death threats and delete them. I reckon I reported more than 1,000 death threats. I couldn't sleep. I would have nightmares that I would be in the office with Yvette and someone would come up to her and kill her." She added, "I think the staff shield a lot of the stuff from the MPs because it's already quite hard on them. I felt, God forbid, if anything ever happened to Yvette, I would have to jump in the way. I would maybe tell her about 2 or 3 death threats a week, and really she was getting 80 or 90. In one incident, Ms Botterill opened what appeared to be a condolence card addressed to Ms Cooper's friends and family to find a message threatening to kill the MP. She said there had been a noticeable difference in abuse targeted at MPs following the Brexit referendum, although others who worked previously for MPs recalled even earlier examples. One tweeted, "It's been 15 years, but I'm suddenly tearful remembering alone working in a constituency office with someone trying to smash their way in through a back window and having to be escorted to my car by the police. It must be much worse for current MP staff." Well, Johnny Ball was constituency agent for Grant Shapps and managed his local office. Johnny, welcome to the programme. I imagine some of these accounts sound eerily familiar.
Hi, Eddie. Sadly, they do resonate, yeah. And thoughts today with Sir David's family and all the people of Southend.
What's it like trying to run a constituency surgery, make sure that constituents have their proper and legal access to MPs, but making sure that MPs and their staff don't come in harm's way?
Well, I have the kind of advantage of that I come from a military background, so the additional training and security knowledge enabled me to make sure that democracy prevails and that people could access their MP whilst also keeping the MP and my colleagues safe. So I guess that gave me a unique take on how to make sure that we continue to engage with the public.
But clearly, some people, as I've just reported, some people working for MPs doing their best are fearful. Do you think things have got worse over recent years?
Well, I started in politics back in 2008 for the then MP Tim Boswell, and my last MP was, as you said, Grant Shapps. And indeed, you are the person that has to open the mail. It's not the MP that has to do that. You're also the person that has to go alongside and overwhelmingly have that positive experience with the public at a surgery. A surgery was the bit you'd look forward to on a Friday, and I know that MPs absolutely love doing so. Has it got worse over the years? It's a bit difficult for me to judge because I've sort of been out of it now for 6 years, but certainly I think that seems to be the impression, that it has got worse, perhaps because of that digital infrastructure. But let's not also forget where we came from. The threats that our MPs face from domestic Republican terrorism, the threat from the Islamic fundamentalist threat as well. And now we see these kinds of attacks become so tragically happen more often, then you would indicate that, yes, it perhaps has got more dangerous.
Nice to talk to you. Johnny Ball, who was constituency agent for Grant Shapps and managed his local office. Let's hear again from LBC's political editor, Theo Usherwood. Theo?
So we've got now tributes in from Boris Johnson, as you've been hearing, the Prime Minister describing Sir David Amess as one of the kindest, nicest people in politics. Meanwhile, Sir Keir Starmer, the Labour leader, has paid tribute to Sir David, saying that his thoughts were with Sir David's family, and insisting that the kind of violence that we've witnessed in Essex this afternoon must not prevail, and that MPs and parliamentarians must be allowed to continue to do their jobs of representing their constituents. Meanwhile, Priti Patel, the Home Secretary, has also made a series of tweets in which she's insisted that she will be giving updates as to the security arrangements for MPs, while, of course, Sir Lindsay Hoyle, the Speaker of the House of Commons, and he's responsible for the security of MPs ultimately in the Palace of Westminster, has insisted that there will also be a review of security. Now, how that extends, of course, to when MPs are back in their constituencies, meeting with the people who voted to put them in the House of Commons, remains to be seen. But clearly tonight there are some serious questions being asked as to how this could happen and how it can be prevented from happening again.
Theo, thank you. Our political editor, Theo Usherwood. Now on LBC, let's hear from Sir Ian Duncan-Smith, who was leader of the Conservative Party and is MP for Chingford and Woodford Green. My condolences. How are you?
Thank you. Well, I'm, like everybody else, in a state of shock, really, because I knew David pretty much when I came in 92. He'd been there about 9 years already. And he's just one of the nicest people. I genuinely mean that. I don't have any particular personal hate for anybody in the Commons, but David was just one of those people that everybody met him on the Labour side, on the Conservative side. He just was a decent man. He never had massive ambition to be a minister. He always said he came in to be a constituency MP, and he was a brilliant constituency MP and a good sense of humour. He was a great man, and my prayers are really with his family, because he was a really strong family man. When the kids were younger, he was always with them whenever I saw him. Just a real tragedy, and I think his constituency's lost a really good servant.
The police are, of course, doing their work, and we will let them get on with that. Do you have any thoughts as to how this kind of happened? We heard earlier in our programme from a councillor who knew him well, who said that there was increased security, as there sometimes is at MPs' constituency offices, but because some of his constituents, for whatever reason, not very able to get about, or they were older, they couldn't go to the constituency office, so Sir David set up surgeries all over the constituency, including this one, which was advertised 3 days ago on Twitter. He wanted to be accessible to people.
Yes, I mean, that happens for most constituency MPs. We have, since the Joe Cox saga, we had the terrible tragedy of Joe Cox, we had advice to put extra security in the office, particularly because there are often people, particularly women, working in the office during the week when, I'm in Parliament. So there is, or was certainly, extra security there. After the Joe Cox murder, there was an increased activity by police. So I did note that police used to say that they were going to be in the very immediate vicinity, if not outside the surgery. But that during COVID, I think everything sort of fell away, really, because we didn't hold surgeries. All of us went and saw people at their houses, but people didn't want to come into rooms. So we'd have to go and see them in their gardens or in their front drive and try and sort things out in that way or by email. But once we've come out of COVID, we've started just literally in the last 3 or 4 months redoing those surgeries. And I was advised, and many of us were advised, to do bookings rather than straight off the street because, you should check on who they are. Personally, it's quite good because you then know that they're constituents or not. But I may be wrong, but I thought that David advertised his as a first-come, first-serve surgery, and I don't know that very many now do those still. I used to do them, but we went to the booking. So I don't quite know how that works, but one way or the other, you are accessible. That's our purpose in life. We can't sit behind screens. We go out, we see our constituents in the shops, we meet them on the street, we hold the surgeries, which are very obvious because we're there for a long period of time. Anybody wants to get to us, well, they'll get to us because otherwise they destroy the nature of being a constituency MP in this country, and it's the core to how we behave. So we can't really do much to protect ourselves.
Precisely because you're a long-serving MP, you can give me your take on whether things have become more difficult, whether the threats have become worse, whether you simply feel more in danger on occasions.
Well, if you really want my opinion, I think that the arrival of social media has changed a lot. I think it's licensed these very angry marginal figures. They get onto the internet, they think they're unknown, they attack vile language, they threaten particularly women, but they threaten everybody. And you can see this echo chamber of these very angry people collecting together, whether it's, Muslim extremists or just, far right or far left people who just think that the whole world is hateful and your responsibility is for that, problem. We get a lot of that. I'm sure, you must know what I mean by that, because anyone in the public domain, anyone that's known gets attacked. So it seems to have licensed much more of this anger than before. And I do think there's something we do need to do more about social media. It has many benefits, but things like Twitter, etc., seem to license so much of this angry attack, which goes off into politics because we're very accessible. So that's one thing I think I've noticed change dramatically over the last sort of 9 or 10 years.
Obviously, we want people to be part of politics. You think politics is important, and so do I. These events are thankfully rare. You and others can normally go about their business and a lot gets done. Nonetheless, would you blame any young person, a teenager, looking at politics, someone with a passion for politics and thinking, well, why would I want to try to become an MP?
Well, yes, that's a very good point. I mean, first of all, probably go out and do other things first is very good advice, not to come straight to be an MP. I always say you need a hinterland before you become a member of Parliament. But why would you be an MP? Well, I don't think being an MP is a career. I've always said it's not a career. Careers, you have choice over where to go, different firms to join, you can negotiate different salaries, you can go somewhere else because you get promoted faster. You don't get any of those choices in politics. You come into politics because it's a vocation. You are there because you want, for whatever reason, to do better for those that you will represent. Now, whether that's views and ideas from left of politics or the right of politics, I believe that every constituency MP genuinely wants to do the best for those in their constituencies. That's why they come into politics. So the reason why it's a vocation is because you better want to do that, you better like that. And if you care about that sort of thing, then this is the right thing to do. If people who have the right ideas and the right views and the compassion don't do this, then we leave the field clear to the wrong people to come in. And I think that's the important feature. So I would encourage young people to get involved in politics, but I would also encourage politicians to make sure that we be very careful with our language and what we say about each other in public. I argue with people in the House of Commons because I disagree with their ideas, but I work with many of them across the floor to change things that we both agree need changing, and I have many things that I do that on. So we don't dislike each other personally. We actually often like each other very much personally, but we just may not agree. And one of the things I hope politics should be able to do is to show the public that, yes, you can be angry and passionate, but that doesn't mean you get personal. The point is, I disagree with what you believe, but I don't hate you. You are doing your best. I think you're not getting it right, but I don't want to hate you for that. I think you're a decent person in politics, and I just think that maybe there's a better way to do it.
Thank you. Serene Duncan-Smith. 5:46 on LBC. Tim Humphrey has the headlines.
A senior Conservative MP has been stabbed to death at a constituency surgery in Essex. Sir David Amess, who was 69, had served in Parliament for close to 4 decades. A 25-year-old man's been arrested on suspicion of murder in Leigh-on-Sea. And the weather, central, northern and eastern parts will be cold and clear tonight with a chance of ground frost, patchy low cloud elsewhere with drizzle and a low of 2 in Scotland.
LBC Travel, I'm Dave Goff. There are severe delays on the M25 clockwise. It's taking around an hour and 40 minutes to go from junction 28 for Brentwood over the QE2 bridge to junction 1B for Dartford. That's after there was an accident earlier on. On the M25 anti-clockwise, it's also very slow at junction 29 for Romford because the car has broken down on the entry slip road. It's very slow on the A40 going out of London. There's a lane blocked because of a spillage after the Greenford flyover. In Worcestershire, there are long delays on the M42 southbound because of an accident between junction 3 for Redditch and junction 2 for Elfchurch, and it's slow in Staffordshire on the M6 northbound after an accident earlier on between junction 16 for Stoke-on-Trent and junction 17 for Crewe.
Coming up at 6 on LBC, Andrew Pearce.
Energy regulator Ofgem warns significant price rises are coming this winter, so why has the government removed £1,000 a year from some of our poorest families?
Andrew Pearce on LBC.
After a hard day's work away from home, you don't want to be worrying about where you're staying or what it'll actually be like. But with Premier Inn, there's no need for uncertainty because we've got over 800 locations, most with parking, a welcoming restaurant serving breakfast through to dinner, and of course, a comfy king-size bed for a great night's sleep. Plus, with a choice of flexible rates, if plans change, your booking can too. So you can work away without the worry. Premier Inn. Rest easy. Only available to book at premierinn.com.
Call Eddie Mayer 0345 6060 973 LBC.
You love Zoom for video meetings? Now, choose Zoom to power your phone communications too. Zoom Phone works seamlessly within the Zoom app as your business phone system. Zoom Phone's secure HD audio and enterprise-grade reliability keep you connected to your teams and your customers. And it's easy to use on mobile, desktop, or desk phone. Empower your workforce with Zoom Phone. Zoom. How the world connects.
Matt is hoping this shower can bring him back to life after an eventful night. You see, he's just had an energy-efficient boiler installed by British Gas. It came with a trusted 5-year warranty, and he's not paying anything until 2022. So, the only thing Matt needs to worry about is where he left his phone last night.
Why, this isn't my shower.
Search British Gas New Boiler. Conditions apply. British Gas New Heating Limited is a credit broker and uses a panel of lenders. Offer ends 31st of December 2021 and is only available when taking out a 2-year interest-free loan.
Now at B&Q, get 3 for 2 on all indoor paint, 4 for 3 on laminate and luxury vinyl click flooring, and 20% off wallpaper. That's big savings on choosing change. You can do it when you B&Q it. Selected products. Ends 1st of November. Subject to availability. See DIY.com for full T's and C's.
Daniel here chose a dental plan that helps cover his costs at simplyhealth.co.uk. Simply Health. Altogether smilier. T's and C's, exclusions and limitations apply.
Money. I need the skills to manage it. Because when I grow up,
I've got to know how my money first works. Budgeting, saving, the lot.
Won't be long before.
I'm trying to buy a house and save for a wedding.
It's why Barclays Life Skills has helped 13 million people build new skills with our free learning programme. Barclays. Make money work for you. 13 million figure from independently assured methodology in 2021.
New season, new phone. With Vodafone Evo, you can get instant and guaranteed savings on a new plan when you trade in an eligible old phone using our trading tool. That way you can save on the latest selected smartphones in just 3 quick steps. Search Vodafone Evo to see how much you can save. Together we can. Vodafone.
Vodafone Evo subject to phone and airtime plans. Trade in selected phones for monthly saving on eligible airtime plans. Credit by Vodafone Limited. Eligibility checks and terms apply. See vodafone.co.uk/terms.
There's nothing quite like a McDelivery in your own home. Or eating a quarter pounder with cheese in your PJs. There's nothing like tucking into a box set with a Big Mac. Or delving into your secret stash of dips. Then dunking a McNugget in 3 of your favourite sauces. Because what you do in your home is your business. There's nothing quite like a McDelivery. Order now on the My McDonald's app or via Uber Eats and Just Eat. Participating restaurants only. Serving times and delivery fees apply. Service charge may apply. See the My McDonald's app, Uber Eats or Just Eat for full details.
Eddie Mayer on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
The leader of the Labour Party has just issued a detailed statement after the murder this afternoon of the Conservative MP Sir David Amess. He says, "My heart goes out to David's wife and children, his staff, friends and constituents. This is a dark and shocking day. The whole country will feel it acutely, perhaps the more so because we have, heartbreakingly, been here before. Above all else today, I'm thinking of David, of the dedicated public servant that he was, and of the depth of positive impact he had for the people he represented. Informed by his faith, David had a profound sense of duty that I witnessed firsthand in Parliament. His Catholicism was central to his political life, and he was highly respected across Parliament, within the Church and in the Christian community. Let us come together in response to these horrendous events. We will show once more that violence, intimidation and threats to our democracy will never prevail over the tireless commitment of public servants simply doing their jobs." Statement from Sir Keir Starmer, the Labour leader. David Garston is a councillor in Southend-on-Sea who knew and worked with Sir David for many years.
Sir David was not only a colleague, and we call him a colleague because we all represent the electorate and we work together in trying to do our best for the electorate. He was a personal friend. And I've got the book that you've just read a quote from. I have that book here with a personal message from Sir David signed by him to me. And when I lost my wife a few years ago, David wrote me a 2-page letter, handwritten, not typed by a secretary, 2 pages of A4, handwritten by him, telling me how devastated he was because he met my wife when I was mayor of Southend, and we saw a lot of him there. But I met David in 1983 when he was first elected to Basildon, because as mayor of Southend, we put on a reception in Southend for all the newly elected Essex MPs, and David came along, and we put him on a coach and took him around the area. And I had quite a few words with David, and we just built up a friendship from then on. But I mean, more important than that, David was a great constituency MP. He went out of his way to help people who needed help. He supported many organisations. He was very religious. He supported all the churches and religious bodies in the area, all the animal charities, human charities. I mean, David was there, and I don't know whether it's well known, but he, until fairly recently, he had an elderly mother who died well over 100 years of age in Nazareth House, which is the Catholic care home in Southend. David was a devout Catholic. And he put on parties for all the people who'd reached 100 years or more. And he loved it. He really enjoyed it. He loved old people.
Councillor David Garston. The father of the House of Commons is the Conservative MP, Sir Peter Bottomley.
Well, as I walked out of the House of Commons an hour ago, I walked past the memorial to PC Keith Palmer. In the chamber is the shield for Joe Cox, who died after a fatal attack during the referendum. There are the memorials to the Conservative colleagues who were killed by the IRA. There's the Liberal caseworker who got attacked in Nigel Jones's constituency office. What I would say is that MPs are in the middle of the pack in terms of risk, and I think we ought to be at the top of the pack in terms of being diligent about going on doing our work, even while we weep for David and for his family. The mental health worker, the police, the people working in public transport, the shopkeeper, they're all vulnerable. So are we, but it's an unlikely thing to happen to us. And I predict that this weekend, next weekend, and forever afterwards, MPs will make themselves available to their constituents and will serve them as best we can. And when there's a vacancy caused by an attack like this, I hope that many more people will come forward to fill it.
Tell me about Sir David Amess.
Well, he was elected 9 years after me. He had 38 years serving 2 constituencies. Everyone always knows that he served Basildon, he served Southend. He was assiduous, some would say, remarkable for the way he pushed forward his constituencies' general interest as well as the individual interests of constituents. He was great on animal welfare. He always had a smile. He could be a firm chairman when on the Speaker's panel. And I think everyone regards him as a friend. You can be a member of Parliament in very many ways. David was individual, well known as a good family man, and I think that we ought to be saying that there are many ways of being an MP. He did it in one of the best ways, being available to all, friendly to all, positive, practical. We'll weep, we'll miss him, we'll fill the gap.
Sir Peter Bottomley, we've just been hearing from the sister of Joe Cox. Joe Cox murdered in 2016 doing her work as an MP. This is Kim Ledbetter.
Totally shocked by what's happened, to think that something so horrific could happen again to another MP, to another family, and scared and frightened, and yeah, a real rollercoaster of emotions, to be honest. My phone started going straight away. My mum and dad, my partner, my friends, are you okay? And I was okay. I was visiting a school, actually. But the shock and the feelings for us as a family, obviously as to what we went through, and that another family is having to go through that again, it's horrific. And that it is hard to put into words how that feels for me, but the main people I'm thinking about are David's family and his friends, and actually the community that he represents and has represented for such a long time. And I think that's the thing that people need to understand. This is about a lot of people whose lives will have been changed forever today. And, I know people still come up to me and talk to me about where they were when Joe was killed, and their lives have just been changed. And it's so hard because we've got a job to do. And I find myself now, working as a politician and trying to help people and trying to do good things for people. And it's really important that we get good people in public life. But this is the risk that we're all taking, and so many MPs today will be scared by this. And my partner came home and said, I don't want you to do it anymore. Because the next time that phone goes, it could be a different conversation. So there's so many layers to this. At the heart of it are David's family and friends, and I know for them now that their lives will never be the same again. They will think about this every single day for the rest of their lives. And like I said, even David's staff, so many of the people today who have been out there trying to do the right thing, trying to do a really important job in public life, and then this happens, and it is unbelievable that it can happen. I still can't believe this has happened.
Joe Cox's sister, Kim. Lawyer Dean Dunham is with you at 9 tonight on LBC with the LBC Consumer Hour. Now at 6 o'clock, Andrew Pearce.
Well, thanks, Eddie. Coming up, we'll be talking about the senseless killing of the senior Conservative